Hello, everyone. Welcome to this November edition of the Winestream. Some of you guessed, but most of you were completely in the dark who our special mystery guests would be. I'd like to welcome back Tianlong, the celestial dragon, all the way from the skies over the mystical Asian countries of Canada.
I was about to say, were you referring to Canada? Because the last time I checked, that was most certainly mystical, but not necessarily Asian.
Yes, true. Now, before we begin, remember how Patreon has got here. I got a special version for Tian here.
Dude, this is written in Korean.
What?
I'm a Chinese dragon. This is Dude, not all Asian languages look the same.
Well, they look alike to me. Okay, are you over the, you're a participant in 18 plus content, you understand that?
I understand. I don't know if I knew that, but I understand that.
You attest that you are of the age of majority in the country where you reside.
I think I was older than the people that came up with the age of the majority.
You can prove your identity, and we can do that. I'll get actually, let's shift this guy a little bit here. A little bit off center. There we go. I shall look at your state-issued ID. You consent to your image being uploaded to, published on, and downloaded from Patreon by the content creator, that's me, and or by viewers of the content.
Well, I guess so. If I'm here, then I guess that is a yes.
Okay, good. And you also agreed that the content creator, that's me, can store your consent for 3 years, and producing it to a third party under contract is required by law or pursuant to network rules.
So what you're saying is that if, some person with a suit and tie and a briefcase asks for proof, then you're going to show them this Winestream.
Yes.
All of the Winestream.
All of the Winestream, yes.
I hope they enjoy what they see, but to the lawyer in 3 years' time that will be looking at this, yes, I agree.
Now, having gone through that, this is a Winestream. Now, you must have thought it very odd that I would not let you go near the refrigerator.
Yes, I noticed that. That was the first place I wanted to go to, because normally a good host would offer a drink to his guests when they arrive, and you were all like, no, you can't have a drink.
No. Well, would you like to know what's in the refrigerator?
I would indeed.
I'll show everybody, and I'll show you at the same time. If you look at the little screen there, that's what's waiting.
Give me.
I'll tell you what, if you'd like, you can go to the refrigerator now and take your pick.
All right, well, am I able to, go to the refrigerator now?
Yes.
All right, I'm just checking because you were all insistent in tugging my tail and my noodles earlier and trying to keep me away from the kitchen.
You can go now.
All right, I'm headed to the kitchen, everybody. Yep. I will be right back.
He doesn't seem very enthusiastic.
What do you mean?
Nothing.
I can hear you.
Let's see how many bottles he takes.
All right.
Whoa, that's it.
Now that
It looks very, very bad in the stream. I'll tell you what, grab a bottle, we'll have to turn that shit off.
Okay, well. Mine. Give me. Take one of this. Take one of this. I'll take one of this.
How many hands do you have?
I'll take one of these. Oh, I'm gonna drag one. Something he makes his ways. This will do for a start.
All right.
I couldn't make a selection. I'll just start with one of everything.
Oh, one of everything, really?
Oh, I mean, usually that's how I like to do my, my sake samples whenever I'm at a restaurant.
Well, have a seat here. Have a seat. I thought you would be most interested in this one. This is called Hakai-san, which I don't know if you've ever seen. I can open it for you.
If you would, I mean, I was just trying to get a closer.
You want a closer look?
Examination. Yes, I did.
It is a Daiginjo 45% polishing ratio. I've tried it, and I actually think that it is very much up there with Dasai.
Open. I want open.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
And we're going to give you a nice 100 milliliters of it, as we are scientists in this household. We're going to see to it that And I brought you your traditional, fabulously pink straw.
Yes, my fabulously
along
pink
with.
straw. Oh, how did you ever know?
So, bottling date on this, March.
But that will do. That will very much do.
Num, num, num. So, I have actually tried this. I have bought up every bottle that is known to exist in North Carolina, and possibly every bottle in the United States.
Well, considering the shortage of sake that is currently, befouling United States, I wonder why one of those reasons is right now.
Some of those lungs of your association maybe out there.
Perhaps.
Yeah. Now I'll need my glass. I can eyeball 100 milliliters.
That's 101. You're cheating.
Gambe.
God be.
What?
Oh, you know how I get it.
Yep.
It's been quite a while. It's been, in fact, almost 2 years. So, oh, I don't want to say that a dragon is out of practice, but
Now, here is a question for everybody out there. I wonder what the lag is like right now, because they're still talking about the kitchen. We've already started on our sake.
Oh, that's actually rather interesting because, they said that the kitchen cam froze, but...
Oh, the kitchen cam was completely glitching out. Like everything, it worked perfectly fine in rehearsal. Yep.
Well, of course, rehearsal is rehearsal, and that's not when you have, like the the IV, AV guy that then suddenly walks across a wire and trips across it.
What the fuck? Okay, it's not still playing. Okay, maybe I gotta reload it.
You might have to reload that.
Yeah, I'm gonna reload it on my phone. Because apparently... Let's just go back. All right.
Dude,
Screw that shit.
What are you doing? We
I don't know, you're the... Oh, no, there's us.
What are you doing? Oh,
Okay, no,
sorry.
that's
okay.
fine.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
okay.
an acceptable lag. All right, yes. Technical
acceptable.
difficulties
Yep.
aside.
Zilver, I wouldn't say that because my understanding is you're planning to go to Anthrocon. Jen will be at Anthrocon, and he will bite you.
What is Silver saying now?
You don't want to see.
Do I want to see?
No.
Hey, if Silver is going to Anthrocon, I would imagine that Silver would be, staffing at Anthrocon. After all, Silver is all capable and competent, and, you have your ways to, blackmail Silver.
Oh, I've already got him, trust me.
Oh, well, in that case, you can boss Silver around and tell him to not call me a butt-nose then at Anthrocon.
All right. By the way, those of you who have been watching the Winestream for a while and have learned a bit about sake, this is a particularly nice sake. If you can see the color, extremely clear, practically colorless.
I'm trying to look at it through my nose. It's not quite working.
Well, would you agree that flavor-wise it is very similar to Dasai?
This is absolutely exquisite. I would rate this 13 out of 10 would lem at again.
It is good shit. Yes. Don't fall asleep on us.
On the first bottle, I would not stoop that low.
All right, you didn't just finish like... You just finished like... all right, I'll pour you some more as soon as I... All right. We've got a long stream.
We have a long stream, but did you see how many bottles were in the fridge?
True. I'm going to give you another 100 milliliters. Okay, remember how you said I cheated? This is a 300 milliliter bottle. That's the second 100 mils for you. I'm good.
Okay, good.
I told you I could eyeball 100 milliliters. And Aldea Carufus, no, he is not at all a lightweight like Zeke. Those who remember when Zeke Hyena was here and passed out on us.
I enjoy watching those playbacks, and I because, of course, Zeke and I, we share the same household, I like to tease Zeke every now and then about it. How isn't he just adorable when he's all like, oh, I'm Zeke Hyena, I'm an office hyena, I'm the goodest office hyena there ever was. Yeah. And then you feed him, one glass of sake, and he's like, quite literally on his back with his feet in the air.
Yes. But it allowed us to have the hangover stream, which was absolutely adorable.
That was adorable, and I feel that hangover stream actually went better than the first stream, in my opinion.
Careful, your noodle almost got in my sake.
Well, we wouldn't want your noodle to be in your sake.
So people are asking about the snow. Is it snowing up where you're from?
Not that I'm aware of. Actually, when I left, the snow had just barely missed my abode. And I live in Toronto. For those of you that do not know, the magical city of Toronto, which is basically New York, but all the drivers apologize before they run you over. And the current temperature in Toronto is now fallen to the actual autumn season weather, where, the leaves are turning and, the winds are blowing and everybody's talking about, pumpkins and pumpkin everything. But the only snowfall that has happened so far has been out in the western parts of the province that I live in. And the western parts of the province are basically all farmland. So, where you would have all the, the farmers with all the, all the farming things and whatnot.
That's usually what happens in farmland.
Yes, exactly. They are the ones that have gotten the snow so far, but I guess in what I would call Canadian New York, we have not received such things yet.
Well, I'm sure you will very short.
No, I'm sure as well, and I shall be making my way down to the southern parts of North America once again when that happens, because I absolutely detest the winter. I do not know why my handler insists that we are continually up in the north. I would rather much be in warm weather and warm climates, especially when you get older. When you get older, it becomes a lot more difficult to get out of your chair and go to the thermostat and press buttons and figure out the technology to make it warmer.
I happen to have just gotten my little old mom a brand new thermostat that she can control from her cellular telephone.
So what you're saying is that Grandma Kage is better than I am with technology.
Yes.
You kids these days.
So indeed, those of you who are new, who might have stumbled upon this YouTube channel through no fault of ours, this is called the Winestream. I am Uncle Kage, as you can see by the letters up there. This is Jianlong.
As you can see by these letters up here.
Essentially, all we're going to do is we're just going to drink sake, which does count as wine.
Yes, it does.
For quite some time.
Until either people pass out or until we do.
Yes.
It's usually the latter.
Yep. This could go on for hours. It all depends. We did have dinner beforehand. We had each a big glass of water beforehand. So,
Yes, we had dinner, which came in the form of something. Do you remember what it was? I can't remember.
Oh, don't you? I made my absolutely famous Szechuan beefaroni.
Well, you see, I was stuck in a box and being ungracefully hauled through an airport, and I had no recollection of what I had encountered or what I had eaten, and then suddenly 10 minutes ago, I basically appeared here. So if dinner was had, then I certainly don't remember it.
And Sasha Whiteford says, Alkali isn't Hera. No, he isn't. Hera was the queen of the Greek gods.
Yes.
I hope Alkali is not Hera. That would
We don't judge around these parts.
No.
If Alkali's dream fantasy was to be like a Greek goddess babe, out in the sun and defeating the, evil Greek, whatever other gods, then, let Alkali be Hera.
I thought Alkali wanted to be a pony. Shall I show the video again?
Well, perhaps that is Alkali's imagined version of himself as Hera.
That could be.
And now that I think about it, that's a very disturbing thought.
So indeed, I do know there are some new folk here, and I do want to give a shout out. I was asked to give a shout out. My nephew Zachary, who lives in Boston, just turned 9 years old on Thursday.
Oh, very nice.
And according to my niece Katie, he watches the Winestream and wanted me to give him a shout out. So happy, slightly belated birthday to you, Zach. And I need to ask, why the hell is your mother letting you watch your uncle's Winestream when this very clearly is stated not for kids?
I was just about to say we gave an entire disclaimer just in the beginning about this being 18 plus.
Yes.
Your nephew, not mine.
Well, maybe that explains my family.
I think it does explain your family quite a bit. I mean, look at Boozy's family, for example. The Boozy's children, the absolute wonders of, the furry fandom, and yet, most of them could probably, shake us down for our wallets. Especially Mint Kitten.
My favorite story about Mint Kitten came from Basement Con, when Giza was tasked with building a fire in the great fireplace, and he was working very hard at it. Now, Giza apparently had been an Eagle Scout, but he was sick the day they did the fire building, and he was not having a lot of trouble, or he was having a lot of trouble, and Mint Kitten was watching him. And Giza said something to the effect of, little girl, could you please go get me some kindling? And she shouted, child labor is real, and turned and walked away.
Yes, pretty much. Wait a minute. If Giza was in the Eagle Scouts,
Yeah.
why is Giza a cheetah?
I don't know. People have changed their personas over time.
I guess so. I thought the Eagle Scouts would have already been like this whole, we are eagles and we are, big and proud, and we also go bork sometimes.
And apparently Katie is here and is trying to defend herself, saying, I have headphones on. I'm only taking them off for this birthday shout-out.
Good.
So hopefully he saw the birthday shout-out and didn't see me berating him for watching this wine stream.
Good.
When we get to the drawings of the pictures, maybe by then we'll be in a proper condition to do some birthday artwork for him.
Birthday artwork.
It will not be 18 plus.
I wanted to at least clarify that birthday artwork will be at least 9 plus, I guess.
Yeah, 9.
999.
So much 9, it's almost 10.
Oh, I haven't finished this fast enough.
I'm going to slow you down, or you're going to wind up like Zeke.
Are you implying that I can't handle my sake?
I am not implying. I am stating it. If you drink that too fast, you won't be able to make it through all those bottles.
But those are all my bottles.
Well, wait a minute. What am I supposed to drink?
I'll let you have some.
Good. All right.
One thing that I wanted to ask you, because it's been pretty much almost 2 years since the last time that I've been here, is how everything has been on your side of things.
I get asked that question a lot, and I think that right now, really the only good answer I can give is I am healthy and I am employed. There are so many people in these past 2 years who have suffered the lack of one or the other. Mm-hmm. So I was spared. I did not suffer the corvids. I am fully vaccinated. My employer has been quite stellar through the entire thing. They set up a program that they realized they might just keep. You see, they said, okay, people who work in the lab, you can come into the lab to set stuff up, mix things together, put things onto the instruments, then go home, plug in your laptop, and run everything from home. Crunch the data at home, then you can come back in to put more things on the instruments, then go home again. And this was going on for about 6 months or so, and somebody sort of noticed that, productivity's gone up.
It's almost like people are happier when they don't get forced to work arbitrary hours and just twiddle their thumbs wasting time.
Or they're not forced to go sit in traffic on Interstate 40 for 45 minutes in the morning.
Yes, and get the odd dash cam video every now and then.
Oh yeah, which I've got some odd dash cam videos. So indeed, that's what I've been doing, and I think we're just going to stick to it for at least a while.
Well, that is good. Oh, by the way, Zach apparently says thank you. And is going back to watching Men in Black.
Oh, he's got good taste. That's definitely my nephew.
Is it the old version of Men in Black, or is it the new one? That we have to know.
Please tell me. Oh, hello, Adam. Both of the boys are watching Men in Black and cannot hear me. Good. Now, again, I hope it is the original Men in Black, not the remake that does not exist. That of course there is no need even to discuss that there would be a remake because there never was a remake,
Exactly,
and there
yes.
not such a thing.
Yes, they cannot make something that does not need to be remade.
Yeah. Kai Bloodwolf is asking if you can blow fire in the air. You don't do that though, do you?
I do not blow fire in the air. You see, I am not a Western dragon. I am an Eastern dragon, and Eastern dragons, we don't have the same, burnination sort of, tendencies as Westerners do.
Unless
We are benevolent beings. What?
you you don't have the burninations. Didn't you take me to something that you called hot pot?
Oh, okay. Well, okay. That is a different story. Hot
Yes.
pot is burnination, but of your insides. It is not the same as the burnination of villages and straw huts and castles and whatnot. Hot pot is the burnination of one's insides when you feel the need to cleanse yourself of everything unholy inside your system.
Oh, it will cleanse you all right, believe me.
If anyone out there does not know what hot pot is, it is a style of cuisine that is extremely popular, especially in China. And, this gentleman and myself, before COVID hit, we had the pleasure of trying it out together in North Carolina. We found quite a few good places, actually, but one in particular where they had a couple of levels of spice. In fact, they only had 3 levels of spice. They had 1, 2, 3. That was quite literally it.
Yep.
And this gentleman over here, feeling particularly brave and confident in himself, he wanted a level 2 because, 2 must mean it is a medium spicy. This is something that I can handle because I am Uncle Kage, and Uncle Kage can handle medium spicy.
Yes. Do you see the particular shade of red that Tien's noodle is? I think that you can attest that was about the color of my face 5 minutes in, wouldn't you say?
Your face was the color of my noodles, and your face was stuffed with spicy hot noodles, and sweat was pouring down your brow non-stop.
The fellow brought over, he kept bringing glass after glass after glass of water. Then he just brought the pitcher.
Yes, he quite literally set the pitcher down because he looked at the only white guy in the restaurant.
Yes. Obviously, I was suffering.
Yes.
Well, we went back there, and I learned my lesson. I said, I want level 1. Level 1 was exactly the same as level 2. There was no difference at all.
The only difference was that this time you at least knew to bring the tissues and the extra pitcher of water.
Yes, yes. Well, I just heard that. Okay. You still have 10 milliliters left.
Oh, that 10 millimeters will be taken care of as of right now.
He's going to slurp it. How high class? All right. Well, what would you like to have next? Some of these you're familiar with. Some I'm sure you're not.
This one, Banryu.
Banryu.
Yes, we are familiar with Banryu.
Okay.
Oh, we'll transition between the unfamiliar and the familiar.
Okay. Banryu is actually this is just a, believe it or not, it's just a straight Honjozo sake.
Really?
I always thought it was a ginjo. It is particularly smooth, particularly flavorful. So it basically, for the money that you pay, this is an exceptionally economical sake.
I will say so myself. One thing that I will quickly do, just because I'm a little paranoid for whatever reason, is I'm going to quickly peer over the kitchen window over there and see if the fridge is fully closed.
Okay, and you can kill the light in there too. I don't think we need it anymore.
Well, until we need the rest of the sake.
Until we need the rest of the sake. You can
Yes.
kill it for now. Yeah. It would be just like an old person to leave the refrigerator door open, wouldn't it?
Well, that makes 2 of us.
I cannot believe how good this stuff is. Was it closed?
Yes, it was.
Okay, no need to worry then.
Don't worry, the sake has not run out. It has not grown sentient and run out in fear of being consumed in a very vigorous and eager fashion by 2 old drunks. Oh, what did Caraway ask just now?
You don't want to know.
Caraway? I'll have you know, Caraway, that Eastern dragons are very good at blowing the steam off of the hot pot that they have just described to make it cooler and not as burninating inside our innards.
So that's what you blow.
Yes, we blow on our hot food to make it not as hot.
Undertaker the Furry Vampire says, Uncle Kage, is it true your blood is yellow? That is true. Once you remove the corpuscles, you are left with plasma, which is yellow. So the whole blood is red, but the plasma itself is yellow. And Meta the Cat says, what is your new plushie? Well, my friend Tun Quinn, who sometimes comes to the stream, I hope she comes tonight, she made me a little Cthulhu. Isn't he adorable?
Oh, look at him. Who's a good god of death?
Who's a good god of chaos and destruction? Yes, you are.
Who makes for the most fearsome mythological creature ever?
His little wings.
No, he's got wings as well. Oh, he's better equipped than some Eastern dragons are.
So indeed, that is Cthulhu. We also have kind of hiding over here.
Oh, and Silent Dawn is apparently being forced to break open a bottle of Tozai Snow Maiden.
I'm sorry.
My condolences, Silent Dawn.
Okay,
we'll have to teach you the right ones.
Tozai is not bad, but the Nigoris go bad very easy.
You have to drink it all as soon as you open it.
Yes. We also have this little guy here. This is Bonbon. He is the mascot of Brazil Fur Fest.
Oh, very cute.
Now, Brazil Fur Fest has had to postpone twice.
Oh.
But next year, doggone it, they're going to have it. Pardon? And I'm going. I am the guest at Brazil Fur Fest next year, and I'm definitely going to be there, come hell or high water.
And you have practiced your Brazilian enough that you're not going to be a complete, what's like the Brazilian version of Guarlo.
I don't know what... I'm going to have to ask what they would call someone like me.
If there's anyone in the stream that knows how to say, white guy or dumb American in Brazilian or Portuguese, do let us know.
Yes, it is Portuguese that they speak down there. We need to know those phrases. Also, dirty old man.
We don't need you to learn what dirty old man is.
Why not?
Because
it is always good to warn the locals.
Because you already have gotten into enough trouble with all the other ways that you can say dirty old man.
I know that in Cantonese it's Hamsaplo. I know in German it's Dreckiger Altmann. In France it's Vieux Dégoûtant.
And what is it in Canada, in Canadian?
Vieux Dégoûtant or dirty old man. You have to say it both ways.
Yes, you have to say dirty old man, eh?
Yep. Lion Wing 1220, how did you first meet Tian Long? I know how I first met Tian Long.
I know how I first met you.
Yep. Tian Long was at Motor City FurCon. Mm-hmm. And I had known Tian Long for some time. And this big yellow dragon is hanging out there. And I went up and said, say, aren't you Tian Long, the younger brother of Jin Long? And he said something to the effect of, who the hell are you? Go away, you bother me, you dumb kid. Or something. Yeah.
Yes, something along those lines.
But we've been the best friends ever since.
Oh, absolutely.
Because
I consider you my best friend.
Well, I happened to have a glass of wine in my hand at the time, and just as soon as he finished saying go away, he saw that, and then it was, oh, yes, that little smile of his. Isn't that winsome and adoring?
Well, it was winsome and adoring until the glass was empty.
Yes.
But yes, as Kage said, we met at Motor City FurCon 2014. That's 7 years ago. Good gosh. It's been some time.
Ushi is here. Hello.
Hello, Ushi.
Ushi.
Hello. But yes, Motor City FurCon 2014, and I believe it was formerly at the Fursuit Parade, where, of course, the Fursuit Parade, you get a bunch of fursuiters, and they walk around and they look all good, and the cameras flash for them and whatnot. And at the Fursuit Parade was when Kage had actually asked me, after the parade to just take a photo. I mean, I know it's hard to imagine, but imagine Kage, coming up to a celestial dragon and being like, excuse me, Mr. Dragon, may I have a photo with you? I'm a really big fan. I would like a photo with you. And it was a very, very endearing moment of Kage, for once, being like not the fan girl, but, just someone that was very eager to get a photo. But at the same time, I was very honored that you would want to have a photo with me.
But then it was kind of spoiled because I was the one going, okay, hold on.
Yes.
Wait a minute. I need to.
Yes, you locked your phone, and then
Yeah,
all of
no,
a sudden, and then you had to respond to a
yeah.
message first. Don't ever do this.
Yeah.
For all of you youngsters out there, if you are not familiar with etiquette and fursuits, make sure that if you want to take a photo of a fursuit or with a fursuit, you are ready to take the photo, because the last thing a fursuiter wants to do is stand around for 5 minutes while they watch you fiddling with your phone or your camera or whatever it is, and they are standing there dying of heat exhaustion.
Yep.
So,
Meta the Cat asks a very timely question. Have I heard of the Blue Ridge Fur Fair to be held in Asheville, North Carolina next year in March, coincidentally on Meta's birthday? Well, strange you should mention that, Meta, because I was just talking with one of their staff members, and I have decided that I'm going to go to the Blue Ridge Fur Fair in Asheville. It's kind of a sister convention to the upcoming Be Whiskered, which is taking place in Durham, North Carolina, this very weekend upcoming.
well, you said it's in March, did you not? Do we know exactly when in March?
It is the weekend before Vernal Equinox,
Ah, all right.
which itself is the weekend before, I believe, Motor City.
Yes.
So I'm going to do 3 conventions in 3 weeks.
We're going to have a very fun March.
Yeah. I hope I have time. Oh, Alkali's here. Hello.
Hello, Alkali.
I hope that I have the opportunity to wash the lab coat in that time.
Well, how many lab coats do you have at this point? I'm sure you have more than one, do you not?
I actually have 9 or 10. Yeah. Alkali got here late, so I don't know if Alkali saw what at least was in that refrigerator, but I can show that. So this is what Tien and I are going to do our level best to get through tonight.
Well, I mean, I don't know if we can get Alkali on like a last-minute flight if we need assistance. I don't think we will, but you never
Once
know.
he sees this picture, he's probably going to be on his way.
Oh, Alkali's already throwing his, stuff in the car right now, and he's driving.
There it is. I will be right over.
Yes, Alkali, if you can, bring yourself over, you may also bring Zanny over as well. We'll need all the help we can get.
Let's see. Bert Cleverpaws says, Uncle Kage, how drunk are you? There's a dragon next to you.
Oh, I think they mean Ronnie.
Oh, yes, that's exactly what they mean. No, that's nothing to be scared of. He actually lives here.
Yes, Ronnie lives here. Ronnie's a rather good housemate of Kage's. Yes, he keeps to himself very often. He sort of just loafs around, doesn't really say much. But then, usually when he gets excited, for example, if Ronnie sees like a bird out the window, Ronnie starts going
like that.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I saw what you were saying, Cheetah. I can see you there.
Oh, yes. Well, he's just greeting you in his native language, German.
Cheetah's native language? Or?
Well, cheetahs actually meow and purr and trill. They're actually essentially giant house cats.
That
They're
is
not
very
really
true.
big cats.
Will we be seeing Cheetah in a month's time?
I don't know.
Perhaps we should see if Cheetah, will we be seeing you at the end of this year? For certain end-of-year festivities? Let us know, Cheetah.
Please
It'd be
do.
good.
Yep. Alkali says, you are very lucky we're not local. I would have a key to your liquor cabinet. Considering, okay, I don't lock up my liquor. I hide it, but you can find it by scent alone. It doesn't matter.
Almost as if Alkali's done that before, whether at Alkali's own house or other people's.
Yep. And Crooksum says, I was showing River Sorge Cat the sake selection. She's being critical of them all. She can criticize all she wants. We're here with the sake. So,
Yes, exactly, yes. Oh, and I see that someone asked, I believe it was Linewing, did Tian Long get his COVID shots? Well, I'll tell you right now, Linewing, that I would not be here if I did not, because they are not allowing anyone that is not fully vaccinated to be crossing the border right now. Not from Canada to the U.S. Actually, no. From Canada to the US flying, they don't care, which I find very, very odd because if you're driving from Canada to the US, you must be fully vaccinated. So it's a little bit of a strange inconsistency, but I would not be able to, I guess, enjoy the convention next week, nor would I be able to enjoy most other things if I wasn't fully vaccinated. So, in short, I have my COVID shots, and I do recommend everybody that has not gotten them to do so because, well, it's the best protection that we will get and the fastest way that we will get back to normal.
Bert Cleverpaws has asked if we could spell out the name of the sake bottles. We'll hold them close and you can screenshot if it shows up. The first one we had, which is kind of fuzzy, Hakkai-san, with 2 Ks. That was what we started with, and it is very, very, very nice, exquisite, I would say. The one we have now is called Ban Ryu, as you can see. And, well, when we decide what the next one is, we'll hold that up, and then you can see that, too.
Yes, and considering that all of them are, well, the other remaining 3 are sitting out here, and I don't want them to, like, get too warm, I should probably want to finish the Banri a little quicker. Not too quickly.
We could always put them back in the refrigerator.
But that would mean that we'd have to get up and, like, get them again, and that's so much work.
All right.
I'm an old dragon. You should know these things.
FRDRC2192, that doesn't sound like a spammer name, says, question for Uncle Kage, have you ever had Renegade Kangaroo on your stream? I've had blackberry cider, I've had various Rieslings, and I've had sake, but I don't think I've ever tried Renegade Kangaroo.
Renegade Kangaroo I do not believe is a drink, unfortunately. I believe Renegade Kangaroo is an actual person.
Oh, well, I'm positive I haven't.
Long, are you English or Scotsman?
You're Chinese, aren't you?
I was going to say that I don't know if I'm being mistaken for Fox Samoa. I'd be very flattered if I was, because that would imply that I have any sort of musical talent, which I do not. But I am Chinese, as Kage has mentioned. Of course, I am a Chinese dragon. You can tell by the noodles that are in the mouth and whatnot. I didn't hit you with my noodle, I promise.
You did.
Well, wouldn't be the first time. But anyhow.
Yep. There's a question. Will the big return surprise for AC 2022 be televised for those of us who won't be able to make it for AC 2022? Probably. If I can make everything happen at Anthrocon that I want to make happen, I suspect that it will certainly be televised.
At the very least, the stream that Anthrocon always has for some of the main events, that will be live and functional. But in terms of whether there's going to be 2 events, for example, an in-person Anthrocon and a virtual Anthrocon, that has yet to be discussed.
Yep. Let's see. Would I ever consider having the YouTube or Corpse Husband as guest of honor at Anthrocon? What has this person done for furry fandom? Answer me that question and we'll talk.
Oh, and Cheetah has confirmed that they will be at the New Year Eve party.
Excellent.
Excellent indeed.
I am looking forward to having him buy me a drink.
Yes, likewise.
Yeah. Austin Schmuck, what about people who physically cannot get vaccinated? We will accept a negative COVID test. Please go to anthrocon.org. It is all spelled out there.
Well, apparently my English has an English tinge to it. I don't know. Do I sound like an English, folk to you?
No.
You know quite a few of them. You've got Fox Samoa. Well, they're not English. They're Scottish.
Yes, huge difference. Don't get that mixed up. No.
Yes. You know Drax. Drax is an Englishman, of course. And then your befuddled English folk. So you've got a good library of reference for English people. Do I sound English? Do you?
No.
Okay,
No,
good.
Okay, try putting on your thickest, heaviest Canadian accent and seeing if that fools anybody.
I'm from Canada, buddy guy. Sorry. Let's all go get some Tim Hortons and watch the hockey game, buddy guy. Sorry.
I'm convinced.
Okay.
Yeah. Quixum says Jen's accent sounds more like upper class Hong Kong.
Upper class Hong Kong.
I thought that was loud.
Yes, Hong Kong. Okay, for those of you who have never dealt with Hong Kongers, they don't speak in languages, they speak in volumes.
Yeah.
But if I'm an upper-class Hong Konger, then I guess I have at least been able to control my volume to the level that I am not making people deaf when I have a casual conversation with them.
Nom, 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 nom. And Bert Cleverpaw is asking, could you remind me the rule about the date and how long you have to drink it? Well, Bert, sake should not be in the bottle longer than, I say 1 year, 18 months at the absolute outside. If you look at the, that's a hint, is it? The Hakai-san, that's the bottling date there. That is March 18th. I'll get there. March 18th of 2021. This one is a little bit tricky. That says 3.4. This is not pi. I'm getting there. That is April of the 3rd year of the current imperial calendar, which is basically this year. We are now in the Japanese era of Reiwa. This is the 3rd year of Reiwa, and this was done in April. So that's a little trick there. Now, would you like more Bon do you, or would you like to start on one of the others before they warm up too much?
Well, if the bar is already open, then my policy is to finish the bottle that's open.
As you wish.
That being said, we can finish it quickly so we can have the others.
All right. Now I'm going to pour just 50 milliliters. And then
And Meto the cat says, Tianlong just sounds old. Why, thank you for noticing.
There you go.
Oh, thank you. Not Canadian didn't say a boot once. Apparently, I did not say a boot during my English or Canadian impression, so I have failed the Canadian test. But I did at least mention poutine and Tim Hortons, so I could at least fool someone in thinking that I am from Toronto.
I know this one is Canadian because I was there when he ordered poutine and what was served. Well, why don't you describe what they called poutine?
We're talking about the same thing, are we? At first squared?
Yes, the first squared poutine.
Oh, goodness. Oh, I couldn't even begin to describe it. I might get sick thinking of what they had passed up as poutine.
Don't barf up the sake.
I'm trying my best not to. We were in first squared for... Well, first squared. We were in Wisconsin for first squared, and Wisconsin likes to think of themselves as some sort of weird, bastardized 14th province of Canada. And, you know, they always say that they have good cheese and better cheese than Canada, and Canada just laughs and pets them on the head because Canada is above Wisconsin. But unfortunately, Wisconsin has a little bit too much creative liberty when it comes to creating poutine. And for those of you that do not know what poutine is, essentially, you know, home thick-cut fries with beef gravy that is put on top and fresh cheese curds that you melt with the piping hot gravy, and it is a Canadian pastime. Very simple, yet very effective. And Wisconsin, being Wisconsin, thought that they would take it upon themselves to create their version of poutine, which... I could not even remember the entire list of ingredients, but it essentially involved Cheese Whiz.
Yes?
Yes, Cheese Whiz powdered gravy, not even real beef stock gravy, and tater tots. And those three things put together, when that was served on a plate and given to me at first squared, I nearly gagged.
The look on his face was priceless. He actually went pale, which, trust me, for him, that took some doing.
You were talking about how I looked like this earlier. I looked like this. I looked this pale.
And yes, I did say poutine, the way the Swedish chef does, because that's one of my favorite Swedish chef routines. The Swedish chef in Montreal making poutine. And Sully, you forgot to check when the clocks go back. Okay, how many announcements did I make when I tried to tell people? Silver actually yelled at me because I sent him like 4 or 5 emails. I tried to tell people.
They just need to get rid of this rule. I am of the opinion that they just need to get rid of it. It is useless. What is it used for? Nothing but screwing with people's sleep schedules.
Well, at one time it was supposed to help out farmers. I don't even know what it does now.
I'm pretty sure it is just used to confuse us as well as people that are trying to program in their clocks.
Oh, Alkali Bismuth, I am making homemade noodles right now, and I washed my hands just so I could type, "The hotel has promised me they will never serve that dish again."
Well, Alkali, I will tell you right now that if the hotel wants to serve poutine on their menu by the next time that I get there, let them contact me with the intended recipe and a sample of what they're going to make, and I will let them know whether this will offend Canadians or not.
Yep. Silver Foxwolf, and a good theory about saving coal in the Second World War, but I know that they were doing daylight saving time during the First World War in the U.S. Now people are asking, Alkali, what kind of noodles?
Yes, what kind of noodles?
I'll bet they are not as nice as the noodles I have here. You've got nice noodles.
Oh, well, thank you for noticing.
You do.
I keep them up as best as I can.
I'm trying to... Uber Blue Dragon says, Kukane, my Eastern Dragon, says, Tianlong, Uncle Kage met him after his story hour at Megaplex. I'm okay. The punctuation is throwing me off here. Are you addressing Tianlong, or are you saying I met Tianlong? Yep. Could you translate that for me?
Yes, it's not as clear, but the long story short is that Kage and I met at Motor City 2014. It's been over 7 years, and we've been the best of friends since.
Yes. Oh, Sam Preston says, went to a restaurant once and ordered a ham and cheese omelet, and they made it with fake cheese.
Oh, I am very sorry. My condolences to your taste buds, Sam.
Yep. For those of you who might not be from the United States, we have a variety of products here that legally cannot be called cheese. They are sold as, usually the phrase is, cheese food product. That's what it's called, a cheese food product, as Cooksum tells us. That's how you know you are not getting cheese. You are getting something that is made by design to resemble cheese to a certain degree. But, you know, a wink is as good as a nod to a blind horse, they say.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. And if it tastes like it, then it must be it, is what most people would say these days.
Oh, that was...
That's why there's that whole, like, you know, the whole Beyond Meat and the Impossible Burger, all of that whatnot that's happening.
Oh, Alkali is making a fettuccine and chicken riggy from scratch.
Now I'm almost thinking that we need to go up to Alkali's and have some of that. We can bring the sake over.
And that Uber Blue Dragon is telling us that Kukane was simply saying hello to Tian.
Oh, hello.
All right, that works, yep. Maximus Wolfheart says, when driving a long time, Maximus listens to my furries in the media panel, which you laugh hysterically a lot at. Well, in that case, I did my job. Thank you so much. Yep.
Yes, a cheese and ham sandwich with imitation American cheese. Yes, you are imitating what it is like to be an American, but you are a slice of cheese.
Okay, American cheese itself is not cheese.
That's an oxymoron right there.
Do you know why it's called American cheese?
Well, do enlighten us.
American cheese is basically a combination of everything left behind when you've made all your other cheeses. That's your great American melting pot, right? They take all that crap that's left behind, and that's American cheese.
So what you're saying is that America stole the cultures and identities of other cheeses and, like, assimilated it into its own brand.
Yes, they stole the cheese cultures, quite literally.
I see what you did there, because cheese in a culture.
Now, since we're talking about it, Undertaker asks, I'll ask you, Jen, what is your favorite kind of cheese?
My favorite kind of cheese? Well, if we're talking about just cheese that you eat, as if you just eat it on its own, I would have to say that I'm actually a big fan of brie cheese, believe it or not. Brie cheese, I don't know why. It's something about that very sharp flavor of the exterior, but the melty interior of it that I quite like. But if we're talking about cheese that you add on to things, such as a salad or a pasta, then of course I'm going to have to go with a good, probably a good mozzarella of sorts.
My favorite everyday eating cheese, I do like Swiss, but I'm for some reason, particularly fond of Jarlsberg, which is the Norwegian equivalent of Swiss.
Okay.
That is my favorite. You know, I would like to have cheese on a sandwich kind of cheese. But if I'm going to have some cheese just with my wine, I do like, and I've had my pronunciation corrected by a Dutchman, Gouda cheese.
Gouda cheese.
Gouda, which is very good shit. Gouda, you got to say it with some phlegm.
Yes. I don't have enough phlegm because the sake, washes my throat out.
Yes.
Speaking of cheese, now that I can't help but think of it, because you and I were talking about it a couple of nights ago, but you know that Eurofurence breakfast buffet that they have every year, and like the 50 different types of cheeses they have at that breakfast buffet? Oh, goodness. Now I've got that on the mind.
You know, I think I have some cheese in the refrigerator. If you get hungry, let me know. Maybe I can get some.
Well, perhaps we can think about having a cheese and wine party here.
Oh, I do have one thing. Let me stand up here a second. I do have one thing. It actually was something that was given to me, and I said I'll have to hang on to this.
Okay.
Yeah.
We didn't mean to. We didn't mean to deviate onto an entire cheese topic here, but it seems to be what it is. Hopefully, as long as we're not being too cheesy about it.
Hush you.
What?
Move your paws. Arrgh. Okay. Well, I can't quite read what the label says. This is in your language. Actually, it's somebody's language. It's close to it.
It's basically just shrimp chips.
Oh, shrimp chips.
Yes. Look.
Is there any shrimp in them?
No, usually not, because you think that Asians are, that considered to put real products in their food? No. It's a knockoff shrimp, of course.
Oh, it's a knockoff shrimp. Okay. Well, you see, I decided to wait for you because having seen that magnificent film, the Wish Dragon, I thought that maybe all dragons would go like completely cuckoo for shrimp chips.
Well, you heard what Long said in that movie, did you not? It's peasant food.
Yes. By the way, if it's peasant food, then you don't want any.
But
We'll have some later.
we can have some later, yes.
Now,
Yes.
do you want to open another box?
Yeah. This one.
You want the nigori?
Oh, well, this is a rihaku.
It is a light nigori.
Oh, it's a rihaku, but that one we've had before. What about this one?
Have you had the maboroshi?
I don't think I have had the maboroshi.
Yep. This is a maboroshi. This is a ginjo, a junmai ginjo. Almost all my sakes are junmai. This is made by Nakao Brewery in Hiroshima. And we have 0303. That is 03 Reiwa. This was made in March of this year.
Which means it's good stuff.
Yes. Now, maboroshi means mystery. So let's see what the mystery is like.
And while you're opening that up, apparently the chat right now is saying that we should just start a cheese stream where we just eat cheese on the stream. I would be all right with that.
I would be okay with that too. We could start with.
There are worse ways to put ourselves on the internet and lose our dignity.
Oh yes, and we've done it before. That's about right. Gambe. Clunk. Loki Wolfdog is asking, any chance you might go to a convention in New England, either for Apocalypse or Anther New England? If either one were to invite me, I would very likely say yes, but I've not been invited. Alkali would be here for a cheese stream. Alkali would love a cheese stream.
I think Alkali is obligated. Like,
Katie would be here for. Everybody would be here for a cheese stream.
Absolutely. I think there's a social obligation that a lot of folks have to be here for a cheese stream.
Oh, cheetah, no. Cheese stream, not cheese stream. So, cheese stream.
Yes. No, we can have the cheese stream when we are in, Germany next month.
And Vovak, okay, if we have a cheese stream, apparently everybody's going to be here.
All right, well, in that case, we're going to have the be-all, end-all stream where everyone sits around a table and just eats cheese. That's it.
And Vibe Storm says, thick dragon with 2 C's. What does that mean?
I believe that vibe storm is referring to the fact that there are certain, extremities of a dragon, which probably are namely the noodles of a dragon, as well as probably a dragon's legs, because of course a dragon's got thick legs. We have to do all that walking around and whatnot with our size. So, in other words, they are referring to the fact that a dragon may be thick and, well, to put it in other terms that maybe connote other things, might be voluptuous.
You?
Well, you tell me. You're the one that's always looking.
Yeah, they're pretty voluptuous.
Yes, voluptuous noodles.
Let's see. Okay, enough about the cheese stream. We're not having a cheese stream.
Well, apparently Talon wants a cheesesteak stream.
Okay, that we would, if we could get a cheesesteak, you need to have Amoroso's Italian bread. You have to have thin sliced beef that is cooked on a very hot griddle that has not been cleaned since 1953. And you need provolone cheese. Some people like whiz. I don't like the whiz. I prefer the provolone.
Are you doing a cheesesteak with?
I do mine without.
You do yours without.
Yep.
Okay.
Here's a question from Maximus Wolfhard. For either one of us, I'll let you read it then.
All right. Well, Uncle Kage or Chin, do you think that the rise future young furs will stem from the Nick Jr. cartoon Paw Patrol? I think we've already seen quite a massive boom of younger furs in our fandom. And, we see them online, we see them at conventions. They just keep getting younger and younger while we kept getting older and older.
And Stiltwit is asking, can dragons even eat cheese? I thought they were lactose intolerant. No, Stiltwit, don't mistake it. He is simply intolerant. He is a grumpy old beast.
Yes.
So it's not lactose intolerance. He just doesn't tolerate anything.
No, I do not. I don't even tolerate the fact of intolerance.
Let's see. Sully, I'm not going to mention that because my niece might take her headphones off and my nephew might hear it. Okay. Boy, okay, the chat has either slowed down or it's frozen.
Oh, well, one thing,
Yeah.
speaking of old memories and cheetahs that were, a part of them, Marauder brings up a rather old story that, well, of course, you're very fond of, as well as most other people are.
That one, yes.
That's always a fun one to remember, especially when it comes to, how Grandma Kage sometimes has to show the kids how it's done, let's say.
How Giza was supposed to be keeping an eye on my mom at a convention where I was not in attendance.
Yes, and how Giza picked up the phone and was barely able to put together 2 syllables before he dropped out on the floor.
He did. Apparently, Mom drank him under the table and continued with her party.
Yeah.
Vovaka brought something to EF21, the virtual Euroference that we did.
All right.
Vovaka has been drinking French sakes.
French sake.
Yes, it sounds awful, and some of them were, but there were some that were actually very interesting. They have a tendency to be very citrusy.
Well, I will tell you right now that after the unfortunate discovery of durian sake.
A durian sake?
You remember that?
That was wine. That was just durian wine.
Might as well have been durian sake.
Yes, it might as well have been.
Yes,
God, it was awful.
Yes, after the discovery of that, I don't think anything is beneath us at this point.
Otakan Magoo, do you have any memories of the late Calamity Cougar? I have many. We'll get into those perhaps a little later.
That is definitely a later sort of topic.
Yep. Alkali Bismuth, you get to go back in time and change one time you said no to a yes. What is the occurrence and how do you think it would go? Time I said no and it should have been a yes. What is the occurrence and how do you think it would go? Okay, when I was a first-year grad student, going for my PhD, and somebody said, "Are you ready to quit yet?" And I said, "No." I should have fucking said yes. Oh, two of those sakes that Bobaka had were experimental. They were bad. He actually got a refund on them, he says.
Oh, experimental sake from France. Gee, wonder why they would went bad.
Yeah. Rusty the Husky, am I going to MFF this year? I'm not. Are you?
I don't believe I will be. My opinion, and this is just my opinion, but my opinion is that it is still far too risky for those of us that are either A, we have others that we need to worry about back home that we cannot risk getting sick or bringing anything back home with, as well as B, let's be honest. We can't trust people these days. It's sad to say, but there's still some ways to go before I, at least, feel fully confident in, large crowds being gathered in a single place.
Butterwolf Guru says, I so want to try the durian wine. No, you don't. Trust me. No, you don't.
I believe that you were forced to try it. You didn't try it willingly. You were forced, were you not?
I wouldn't say I was forced. I was pressured into it. They pulled up. They had it for charity. So, okay. Yeah, my honor was on the line.
Mm-hmm.
Undertaker is asking, have you had any crazy fans try to break into your house? I have had some crazy fans, but fortunately not here at my house. Boy, my favorite crazy fan was the guy in Florida, the one that personified.
Oh, I know which one you're talking about.
Yes, that one.
Yes. Maybe that one we don't want to recall until, at least another bottle.
Yes. I want to take a brief moment to remind everyone that the Winestream is supported by some very generous Patreon patrons. I am going to read their names off because it's a promise I make to some of the Patreon patrons who give me money to do this stuff. I am not going to say, please like and subscribe. Hit the dislike if you want. I don't care if you subscribe. I don't frickin'... Okay, I ain't one of those YouTube bottom feeders, all right? I don't care. Do whatever the hell you want. Don't like, don't subscribe, do whatever way. But this stream is brought to you by Zilver the Viking, Arantius Vulpes, Arco Fox, who is very posh, Tom Fox, who is very German, David Hunter, Drake Arc, Furry Trainer, Jackal Circle, Mama T, Nikolai Tiger, Onyx Flame, Rick Hale, Songs, Silent Dawn, Silver Fox Wolf, who is also posh, although he denies it, Silver Gatamon, Ted's Cat, Magic Jag, Wadius the Dragon, Bentley Shepherd, Blackfoot Ferret, Botunos, also known as Aaron Hirothier, Cecilion, Check the Shep, because he might be done. Dunkel Pfote, Flat Facts, Atheist, Kaharia Worgen, Coda Masters, McLabin, Martin Spankenberg, McLovin Main, Merlin Scorch, McCall, Mutterwolf, Paul Crazy, Q the Dane, Rusty Rover, Sasha White for some weird guy, The Dragon Show, all of them, Ash Vovaka, and Yakisoba. Thank you all so terribly much for giving me money to get drunk on camera. It's a great gig if you can get it, okay?
Someone had asked me earlier, Tien, have you been invited to either Texas Furry Con for the next year? I don't know what you mean by either Texas Furry Con, but I have not been invited to anywhere in Texas so far, and, I would not be opposed to going, but as you've pretty much inferred, I would have to be invited first.
The Texas Furry Con that I went to, that was Alamo City Furry Invasion. I actually liked it. That con had a lot of spirit, a lot of heart. Yep.
Lot of Texas,
Yep.
You would say.
Yep. And Ghostly Lurker, yes, he's talking about the guy in Florida who hunted me down by reciting Bible verses, replacing the word God with the word Uncle Kage. That was Mr. Baker Act, yes.
The Mr. Baker Act.
Oh, don't boop the snoot is heading out. Good night. Don't. Great.
Don't poop my snoot.
Yes.
It could have been me that would say that. Silver Fox Wolf says, I am not posh, just middle class. In other words, they're posh.
Okay. I am going to play a little sound clip for folks who might not have seen my Twitter. This little old lady. I'm going to pause here. See this sweet little old lady? This is a documentary that I was watching about people's experiences in the London Blitz. and I was listening to this sweet little lady tell her story. Now I'm going to play this, and I want you all to listen.
Down to the shelter, perhaps as we very often did. 5 o'clock in the afternoon, we've had all the ventilators open, everything quite as it should be. And if you went down there at 1 o'clock in the morning, every ventilator would be stuffed up with rags, and you would have to pull them all out again, because they liked a good fug. And they certainly got it in some of them. London people aren't all...
Okay, I did like a quadruple take when I heard that.
I haven't heard an old lady say that ever, and I don't think I want to.
Well, that is a very nice middle-aged lady from Great Britain. Now, I learned, apparently, the word she was saying was they like a good fug, with a G. It refers to a warm, stuffy, humid atmosphere.
And not something else that's warm and stuffy.
Exactly, because I'm sitting here, and what do I hear in the background? Because they like a good fug. I'm like, what? Sorry, hello?
Okay, well, here's the thing, is that if you looked over at your screen at that very moment and you saw it was either like, Dame Judi Dench or somebody that was saying that, you would have understood. Okay, it's Dame Judi Dench. She's that kind of lady.
And she's allowed.
She's allowed.
Yep. Let's see. Quooksome Methydida is going to go make some pizza, gluten-free crust, several cheeses, turkey, pepperoni, red pepper strips. You are no friend of mine. I'm sorry. Although, okay, gluten-free pizza crust. There is a place in Chicago has absolutely hit a home run with the concept of a gluten-free pizza crust.
Really now?
They make the pizza crust out of pressed sausage.
Okay, I can buy that.
The crust is made of sausage. It's
I can buy
oh my god, this is so fucking good.
I can buy. Wait, have we had this before?
I think we have.
I think we have
Yes,
had this before.
yep.
I have a faint recollection. We were probably drunk out of our minds, but I have a faint recollection we tried this.
Yep. Maximus Wolfhard is asking, how did you do the Quintet Bumblebee Tuna song? Well, I sung each part and recorded it. That's pretty much it, really.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then there's a little bit of, technical wizardry involved, but, that was all Kage.
Yeah. I would play it, but I'd probably get a copyright strike on myself. So
Yeah, probably. Yep. Well, that's the thing is that you could play it, but you could, distort it and sing it off key, then they wouldn't pick it up.
like I normally do.
Yes.
Yeah. Undertaker wants a pizza crust made of pure garlic. Okay, I would buy that.
I would buy that in a
Yeah.
heartbeat. If it was a pizza crust that was, just not just a sausage, but it was like a sausage that was stuffed with garlic and herbs and some sort of delicious actual cheese filling inside. Okay, yes, you have my attention.
And Cheetah says, I want a pizza with a crust made of pineapple. This is why you lost the war, remember?
Alkali is not wrong. It is a home run on your arteries.
Yes. Yep. And AM says mushrooms. We do not say the M word in my house. Mushroom. There's our copyright strike for that.
Yes, exactly. There's the copyright strike.
Yep. Let's see. And Vibestorm says, pizza sounds amazing right now.
I haven't had actually a good pizza in a while. I usually save the pizza cravings for Midwest Surfest, but since I won't be this year, neither will you. Perhaps we'll have to think about that sometime this coming week.
We can have pizza tomorrow night, because there's a pizza joint that is actually one of my favorites, right where we're going to be going.
Good.
We'll do it.
Yeah.
And Stiltwit wants pizza crust stuffed with haggis.
What? Pizza crust stuffed with okay. Stuffed with haggis. Okay, Foxmore, get off of... Who's that person again?
Stiltwit.
Foxmore, get off of Stiltwit's account. We don't want no haggis and not pizza crust now.
Now, I'm not sure if that's Stiltwit or Stilltwit.
It could be either or, yes.
There's no punctuation.
Yes.
What about a pizza crust made from poutine?
Well, that would be actually a little difficult because at that point, well, you'd have the pizza crust basically as, thick cut fries with the skin on. I mean, I could see you putting thick cut fries as a crust, but how are you going to get the gravy on? How are you going to get the cheese curds on? I guess that would be the topping of the pizza.
Let's see. And okay, everybody is now talking about food. Let's talk about booze instead. Oh dear. Apparently in Russia, some activists are trying to recognize furries as extremists. Have there been any attempts in your country to prohibit furries by law? Look, if we can't prohibit Baptists, you can't prohibit furries. It's just not going to happen in this country,
Yes,
all right?
you can't prohibit sovereign citizens, you can't prohibit furries. Well, actually, they did technically try to prohibit sovereign citizens, but they've grown by the number. We call them Trumpists.
Let's see. Give me a moment.
Oh, did I do that out loud? My
Yes.
apologies.
Loki Wolfdog is asking, what's your favorite pizza? The place I go to, it's a build-your-own pizza place. Every iteration of garlic that they have, I put on it.
Good.
Yeah.
Speaking of, pizza places and where we go to, remember that little pleasant surprise that we saw a couple of weeks ago when you and I were in Ohio for our dear friend's wedding?
You may have to refresh my memory.
So we were in Ohio, just to, give a little context. We went to Cryo and Nick's wedding, or Cryo and Paul's wedding.
Yeah.
Two very dear friends. They are staffers at AntherCon. They are the absolute salt of the earth, if not for one of them being so stabby and whatnot.
Yeah, stabby.
Yeah, stabby is a good word to describe him. But that being said, as we were making our way back from the wedding, we stumbled upon a Giordano's.
Yes, an actual Giordano's pizza.
Yes, in Ohio, which, granted, is not too far from Illinois, but we thought that Giordano's was only like an Illinois thing because, well, it's Illinois. They're the ones that love their deep dish pizza. But apparently Giordano's has started to expand its, reach and its branches out to the other parts of the Midwest.
You are forgetting something that a lot of Americans do and other Americans want to try to forget. In between Ohio and Illinois, there's this thing called Indiana. Indiana is like Ohio, but twice as much.
Yes.
And it just goes on forever.
There's not a single soul that I know in Indiana that is enjoying the fact they are in Indiana.
So I have an idea. We are going to finish this bottle, then we should do the drawing. I hope it's all right with you, my dear guest. I gave some of our Patreon patrons the option to have you do the drawing.
Oh, it's almost like they knew who this super special mystery guest was.
I
didn't
told them
they?
the super special mystery guest who is coming down from Canada.
And they picked me out of all the possibilities of Canada, which, could have basically been everyone, except it was most likely me.
It could have been Moth Monarch.
You are right. That could have been Moth Monarch.
Yep. Talon Wolf says, Indiana is a tad on the flat and dull side. Talon Wolf, are you English? That was a very English phrase. Yeah.
Is it like if Talon were to say, it's not quite what it seems to be, a.k.a. it's a piece of shit?
Yep. Maximus Wolfhart is wondering, how would Stephen Colbert have me? Here is how Stephen Colbert would have it. It is one of my nightmares and wet dreams at the same time to be interviewed by Stephen Colbert. Because have you ever seen one of Stephen Colbert's interviews?
Oh, absolutely.
He asks people questions and they answer, and the answers are stupid. And it's like, why are these people saying this shit? That's because they're not answering the questions he asked. He is perfectly free to edit that interview all he wants.
I was just about to say it's because of the fact that people don't know what the actual final product looks like. They can say whatever intelligible things that they want, but at the end of the day, if the producers find it funnier to switch all the answers around, then they'll do that.
So here's what would happen. Mr. Colbert would say, so what's it like having sex in a fursuit? And I would say, well, Mr. Colbert, you need to understand that's not what fursuits are for. These are pieces of artwork. These are literally mobile art installations. These things can cost thousands of dollars. Some of these folks won't let you get close to them with a cup of coffee, let alone something like that. And he would say, "Oh, now I understand." But your convention, Ethicon, it's in Pittsburgh in July. Don't you have? I mean, it's July, isn't it? Like 98 degrees out. What it's like being in a costume outside. And I'd say, "Oh, it is hot. I can't deny it. It is probably the hottest thing you're ever going to see." Some of these people, as a matter of fact, it's so hot they can barely stand it. Then the interview comes out. "So what's it like having sex in a fursuit?" "Well, it's hot. I got to tell you, it's the hottest thing you're ever going to see." That's how the interview would come out. Yep.
On the topic of things being hot, Chen or Kage, would you ever go on the YouTube show Hot Ones?
I've never seen this show.
You've never seen it. Do you know what the show is about?
I don't have the foggiest idea.
Hot Ones is a YouTube series where they essentially bring on celebrities from all sorts of paths and careers, and they're celebrities, and it's a show where the celebrity eats progressively hotter and hotter chicken wings with different spices, and they answer a bunch of objectively, okay questions, not like the example you gave, but it gets to the point where you go from, let's say, 2,000 Scoville units, which is, sriracha sauce, basically, all the way up to 5 million Scoville units. And you're familiar with the Scoville unit scale, are you not?
Bullshit. Sorry.
Would you like to test your tongue
No.
against that?
It is a subjective scale. It cannot. I'm sorry. Scientists don't like this whole concept of a Scoville scale. It's shit. Sorry, but
So we can put it on your tongue and test that.
for sake of argument, we'll assume. Okay, we'll let you go on to this show. Remember me with the one level of spice at the hot pot? No, I'm not
Yes.
going on this show. Thank you very much.
All right, I'll take the bullet for us.
Oh, Otakon Magoo is saying that you have been on the furries to meet list for a long time and hopes to see you someday.
Oh, are you talking about myself? Mm-hmm. Oh, well, I'm very honored. Thank you very much.
And Munitia Blastpaw asking about the interview. Wouldn't it be slander to edit the interview to make it look like you said something you didn't? Go to Twitter, look up @BoozyBadger. That will answer your question.
Yes, pretty much. Well, maybe not recently, but yes, in general.
Arco finally showed up. Arco, we were talking about how posh you sound when I
Yes,
talked to you
both
online. Yeah?
both you and Silver Foxwolf, both you two are. Whenever you and I have the opportunity to talk with them, we always feel like we need to put on a top hat and a morning coat with a cravat and speak the proper Queen's English.
And drink tea and eat crumpets.
Yes, drink crumpets and eat tea. Yes.
Now, see, what these guys don't understand is, to Americans, any English person sounds posh as long as they don't talk like Dick Van Dyke.
Yes, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yes, and I still remember that, the favorite example that I have when I first talked to Silver Foxwolf was, Silver Foxwolf, they were being all unassumedly English, I will say. And they were just saying things, and they were like, and I bark, and I balk, and I woo, and I grr, and it was like, okay, you're making all of these sounds of a foxwolf, but you sound just so impeccably English.
Yes. And Arco says, "Oh, good, what, yes."
Yes, what, cheerio, carry on.
And Mr. Evers is going to next week in Brussels, a small Belgian con, the first con since the F-19 first real holiday. Well, Mr. Evers, I hope you have a grand time. Yeah. And Liavan Daniev says, "Uncle Kage, do your Dutch impression." I can talk about the first phrase that I learned and I studied in Dutch. You've heard stories of my colleague Peter Kool.
Oh, absolutely.
I wanted to call Peter in Rotterdam, and I practiced what I would say. I was working for the company Serexagri at the time, and Peter Kool was my counterpart in Rotterdam. So I had to telephone him one day, and I practiced this, and I probably butchered it, but I got on the line and ring. And I heard, Dutch, 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 and I said, Goedemiddag, je spreekt met Sam Conway van X3 in the US. And there was a pause, and Peter said in English, "Oh, Sam, for a moment I thought you were a Belgian." So I guess I really messed that up.
I suppose you did.
Yeah. And Deathseer, it's hello, Deathseer, how are you? His name sounds ominous, but he's really a capital fellow.
Yes.
Yeah. Ninerpuss, did I miss the Singapore anthem? Did I sing it?
If you did, then I did not hear it.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Silver Fox Wolfen says, all I can think of saying to Tianin Kage is fake sake bottle, or is it fake sake bottle, or is it fake sake bottle?
Is that like English slang for something?
Silver, you might have to clarify that because we're not 100% sure how we're supposed to read that.
Maybe it's some sort of like posh British thing that we don't understand.
Fake sake,
Fake sake sounds rather dirty. I would rather not.
And Munitia Blast Paul mentions the name of not only a dear friend of mine, but the person with the greatest name in furry fandom, Sven. Take it off.
Who happens to be here, by the way?
Oh, but we're not going to give him up.
T'Challa's here.
Oh, hello, T'Chall. How are you?
Hello.
Yep. I finally got to see T'Chall in VR chat the other night. I found an amazing world that actually had a virtual fondue pot.
Ah, a virtual fondue pot. Was it chocolate fondue?
Oh, it was cheese.
It was a cheese fondue.
We're back to the cheese.
We're back to the cheese.
Well, you see, since my character's a cockroach, he made like a hot tub out of it. He was sitting. It was a German world, so we called it Das Käsebad.
So what you're saying is that you, as a cockroach, sat in a pot of cheese and therefore, created 109 different FDA violations.
Basically, yes.
Okay, well, that sounds par for the course.
Onyx, I didn't even notice. Don't worry about it. T'Challa says, how are you, Kage and Jen? Well, I'm fine. How about you?
I'm doing swell, thank you very much. Well, I would be if not for the fact that my graduation cylinder is now empty once more.
I'll work on that. And Mr. Evers says, have you considered that as the token American EDF, you could combine your real and furry names and be Uncle Sam? Well, my nieces and nephews do call me Uncle Sam, so yes. Drax is here. Did you remember to pour out a small glass for dragons and lesser demons who couldn't be present? Actually,
you did, but then I happened to need some hydration before the stream, and unfortunately that glass is no longer full.
Yes, but the fact that dragon and lesser demon is now here, so he can be present, so he doesn't get any.
Yes, because I already had it.
Let's see. Okay, we're going to do the drawings before we do...
You said the bottle was going to be emptied before we do the drawings.
The bottle is empty.
Nonsense. That was not the bottle we talked about. We talked about the other two. All right, fine. We'll do the drawings first.
We should do the drawings. Oh, by the way, Cheetah would like to know, why the hell are dragons so sexy while I finish this?
You're supposed to answer that one. If I'm the one that's answering that, that's going to make me sound like a narcissist, which I am most definitely not, for the record. Yes, get more of that in you so you can properly answer that.
I'm working at it, yeah.
It's a little more.
I go, Cheetah. Oh, yes. Still Twit says fondue is just fondue, but French.
Fondue?
Well, okay, I guess we can conjugate it. We have fondue, and fondue. We have fondue, fondé, and fondant. Oui.
But not fondue. I just want to make sure it's not fondue, because at that point I might have to take your glass away from you.
Je fondue, tu fondues, il fondu, nous fondrons, vous fondez, il fondu.
T'Challa says, Kage, you need a red, white, and blue top hat. Well, funny that you should mention that, but you've got a regular top hat, but you've got another hat that technically qualifies as red, white, and blue.
Do I?
Yes, you do. It's up there. It technically qualifies from just the colors.
That's the Norwegian flag.
Oh, you could put it on your hat and call it a top hat.
Okay, I don't think that's what he had in mind. Yep. Oh, and Quixum is calling us out for conjugating on stream when there are children watching. We apologize.
Yes, conjugation is not appropriate for children. We apologize for that.
Oh, Silver Fox is asking in answer to the earlier question, do you recall the charity show from EF and the bottle of sake that was delivered to the wine thief? What?
Which one are we talking about here? Which, not the show, but the thief.
My apologies, Quixum. It was unclear, but we are now educated. Yep.
Dragons are built perfectly. I think they are adorable. I don't think that statement is necessarily meant to be in the same sentence.
I don't know.
What?
It works for me.
Oh, I bet it does.
Did you see Raya and the Last Dragon?
I did not see Raya and the Last Dragon, particularly because Raya and the Last Dragon was like on Disney Plus, and at the time Disney was like, you have to pay like $50 to see it early on in Disney Plus, and I was not willing to pay that much. But I had Netflix at the time, and when Wish Dragon came out, I could view that instantly. And Wish Dragon, in my opinion, is a far superior movie.
Apparently, you've also seen Shang-Chi.
Yes, I have. We saw
yes.
Shang-Chi together, and we rather enjoyed it, did we not?
Yep, I typically don't. I've gotten very, very kind of tired of comic book movies, but that one worked.
Yes, and it had a noodle in it.
Mm-hmm. Silent Dawn says, my Tozai is... Your single bottle of Tozai is half empty. Well, I guess that's adorable, isn't it?
It is very adorable. I hope you don't try to pilot any helicopters after that half bottle.
Yep. All right. We are at that point of the wine stream where, as I mentioned, since we are Patreon supported, some Patreons like me to draw pictures for them. I am not at all an artist, so that's why I've invited Tien here, who is an artist in and of his own right. I just realized that I completely covered over our drawing thing here, so we're going to go to the drawing cam, and pardon me, there it is, drawing cam. There we go. Oh, yeah, okay, let me, we don't need this stuff here. Okay, yes, this is the drawing cam. Oh, I need it. Rex Masters gave it.
But where's mine?
It's right in front of you. Put the straw in your mouth and suck.
All right.
Okay, and I got my mouse here, and I can go over, and actually what I can do is I can put this over here so we can see what's going on while we're drawing. Okay, the first we have is Mama T, Uncle Kage, and Tien Long sharing toast. We can do that.
We can certainly do that.
Yep. Okay, so we have Uncle Kage. Now remember Uncle Kage with his very famously potato-shaped head, and he's got ears and his astroturf hair. Yep, there we are. And since it's, Winestream, he's already been having some fun here. And as always, he is wearing his collar's a little messed up. He's wearing his he's dressed in his best, and then we've got Tien. Tien, hold still. I need to drawing reference here. Okay.
What are you doing with my noodles?
I'm drawing you. Hold still. Quit moving around. Okay. So Tien has a nose, and his nose is kind of shaped like a heart. A heart.
Yes, a heart. Yes.
Yep. So that's his nose. And he's got like a snout that is on like either side of it. And then he has these big noodles. They're coming down. And then he's got these ears that do this kind of thing like that. And then he has those impressive horns. Nobody knows exactly what they're for, but he's got them. Yep. And of course, he's got his grumpy expression, and he's got those like things going up his forehead. Nobody knows what they're for. Yep. But they are. We're gonna do like that Russian crossed arm thing here, you know.
What, like what is it, the Cossack dance?
Yeah, that's it. Cossack dance thing. Yep, and we are sharing some toast. And here we've got a nice piece of toast.
Okay, well, at least make sure that toast is like multigrain or something.
It is,
Because
it is.
Okay, good. Because I can't have that white stuff. That white stuff is bleached to hell, and then my doctor says I'm getting too much of it.
There we are, and I didn't read the next line. Sharing a toast of Dasai 23.
Perhaps the
Dasai 23 toast. That's what we have there. This is for Mama. Sorry, Mama T. I didn't. Okay, that's.
Well, perhaps Desai will take an interest in their bread production facility.
It will. There's bread and sake, isn't there?
It's a grain, isn't it? It's all grain.
Yeah, it's grain. You can make toast out of. Anyhow, thank you so much.
We can try that. We can try that as a science experiment tomorrow.
Okay. I'll tell you what. How about we draw the ones they want me to draw? Then I'll turn it over. You draw the ones you draw. That sounds good.
Well, as long as it works.
The next one, that is by Silent Dawn. Silent Dawn wants me to draw a tiger, of course. Look how surprised. Everybody is surprised. Silent Dawn wants us to draw a tiger, of course. Draw me,
In a
that is
box.
a tiger,
In a
being
box.
a lazy tiger back home,
In a box.
as I am a very grumpy one sitting watching all of my flights from Alaska being canceled.
In a box.
In a box.
Yes.
So here's what we're going to do. So we're going to have a box because, cats in boxes, that's, right?
Good. Yes.
Yep. So, and here we've got, tigers, remember they got those testicle faces like that there? Yep. And, and the big cookie-shaped ears. And of course, he's very happy. And he's in a box, and there's the tiger tail coming out, and he's got stripes, and stripes on his back, and stripes on his face, and this is a box. But this is what he's dreaming about while he is sitting at an airport being very, very angry at all his canceled flights. He's got big cookie-shaped ears, not little cookie-shaped ears. There we go. And he's just completely burned up over all this crap. Yep. And here he is, because tigers have stripes. Got the stripes. Got the stripy tail. Yep. Stripe. And here we've got the canceled. You get the idea, right? Mm-hmm. So this is what he's dreaming about. That's how. Thank you so much, Silent Dawn, for all your amazing assistance and support and friendship and love over the years. You're an amazing little fellow. We have got to have you back over sometime. Next, gee, apparently my nephew Zach would like his Uncle Sam to draw Iron Spider shooting his web slinger.
Oh.
Okay, we need Iron Spider. Iron Spider.
Do you know what Iron Spider looks like?
What does Iron Spider look like?
It's like Spider-Man, but if he had a metallic coat of paint over him. Draw Spider-Man. Okay, just draw a potato-shaped guy stick figure, and then he's got a spider on his chest.
I can do that. Okay, that's right. Spider. He's got those really big eyes, right?
Yes, something like that.
Yep. Actually, it kind of looks like salad fingers now.
Actually, you're not wrong. It does.
Yeah. So he's got the spider stuff on his face. Yep. And he's dressed in his pajamas, because superheroes do that. Nobody knows why, right? Yeah. So, and he's got a spider on. Now, When I was in French class in 7th grade, Madame Diane Cusimano, who was my instructor, didn't like my handwriting. She said that my handwriting looked like, and I quote, it looked like a mad spider dipped its feet in some ink and ran across the paper. So
That's rather specific, is it not?
from that point on, I did not put my name on any of my work. I would just draw this little figure. Le AF, that was how I signed my work. L'araignée folle, the mad spider. Oh, but he's shooting his web zingers. And that's done from the whatever's here, right? Yep. And it kind of like does this, right?
Yeah,
Isn't
something
that
like
kind
that.
of how that works?
Yeah,
Yes.
that's definitely how Iron Spider shoots things out. Yes, yes.
That's,
We'll go with that.
That sounds good to me. This is for Zach. And I'm gonna say
From Uncle
Happy-
Sam.
nice. I'm gonna sign it. Oops. From Uncle Sam. There we go. What's today? Today is the
The
this
6th.
is-
The 6th.
we'll just say November 2021. How's
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Thank you so much for being my nephew, Zach. You're a wonderful little fellow. Okay, let's see. It looks like everything else is for you.
And no surprise, considering that everybody knew who the apparent special mystery who could guess who this is guest was.
I don't know how anybody guessed.
Me neither. It's almost as if somebody told them.
Look, I obscured the. Okay, when we get back, I will put the graphic up. That's what we'll do. I'll put the graphic up, but for right now, okay, you can sit over here. I'm going to get some ice to put our sake on.
All right.
Right.
Well,
So you
go
can
and
shift
get, you go get the ice, baby, and I will go and do the draw cap stuff.
Ice, baby. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Yeah, all right, ice, baby.
All right, let's see who is the first person that has requested me for some reason to draw things, even though I am not an artist in no means or no shape whatsoever. All right. So it seems that the first artist for today is Furry Trainer. And Furry Trainer would like me to draw Tien, Kage, and Furry Trainer drinking sake together. All right, well, I think we can do that. All right, so we first have Tien, aka myself, and Tien is all like, growl, I am Tien Long. And Tien does not have a butt nose, Tien has a respectable shaped nose. There we are. And Tien has like big horns because Tien is a horny dragon.
Hey.
With I'm talking about my horns.
Of course.
There we are, big horns. You've got these things on my head that are decorations. I'm not a Christmas tree, however. There we are. You have to bring the noodles. There we are. And then Tien has a large, fabulously pink long straw and the graduation cylinder. And it's full of sake. There's Tien. All right, now there's Kage. Kage is this old, semi-potato-shaped head. There we are. And Kage kind of has ears, perhaps. Give them that astroturf hair. Give them the shirt and tie that they always wear. Kage almost looks like an elf had a baby with a Smurf. Kage has his beer glass full of sake. We don't ask why Kage has a beer glass filled with sake. Perhaps it's for the volume. And then we have Furry Trainer, who I believe is a German Shepherd. Is Furry Trainer a German Shepherd? Kage! Kage? Kage! Is Fairy Trainer a German Shepherd?
Yes, she is an Alsatian.
Alsatian. Okay, we'll call that a dog. A doggo. Okay. Furry Trainer. Over here is a doggo. And I apologize if I get the doggo anatomy or the doggo variety wrong, but we'll pretend this is Furry Trainer. Here we are. This is Furry Trainer, and Furry Trainer here is very happy because Furry Trainer is enjoying some good sake with some good friends. There we are. And Furry Trainer has their glass full of sake. Give some fluff to Tien as well and a tail. We'll give Furry Trainer a fluffy tail as well. All right. And that is Furry Trainer enjoying some sake with Kage and Tien. So we shall say for Furry Trainer. There we are. That's for Furry Trainer. Thank you very kindly, Furry Trainer. We very appreciate your support. All right, who's next? Next up is for Silver Foxwolf. And Silver Foxwolf would like Tien as a werewolf, but as a noodle dragon. So what you're saying is a were-noodle, is what Silver Foxwolf would like to see. All right, well, I've not imagined myself as a were-noodle. I don't think were-noodles are very common where I am, but we can certainly try for a were-noodle. So we have the noodle, and we have like...
Their noodle.
A were-noodle, and then I'm all like, growl, growl, growl. It's all like growl, growl, and I have this very bad haircut because apparently werewolves don't know how to keep up with their haircut or any sort of personal maintenance or hygiene. But there we are. So Tien is all big and fuzzy, and is all like, growl, growl, growl. I am were-noodle. I am scary. I come out on Halloween and I steal your candy and stuff. And apparently I make furries very hot and bothered. There we are. And I shall say, growl, and bork, and boof. There we are. That is the were-noodle for Silver Foxwolf. And that is, I shall say, well, for Silver Foxwolf. There we are. That is the were-noodle for Silver Foxwolf. I hope you enjoyed. Thank you very kindly, and we very much appreciate your support around here. So there we are. All right, who's next? We have for, let's see, David Hunter. David Hunter would like, from myself, walking into a store and seeing all the Christmas things up and listening to Christmas songs. I'm not sure. David Hunter, are you looking for me to draw your character, or are you looking for me to draw myself in this situation? I don't know, David Hunter, if you're here and listening to the Winestream, but if you could just let me know whether you are looking for your character or looking for myself.
I say your character.
Yourself, please. All right, well, apparently I am walking into a Christmas store and seeing all the Christmassy things happening and all the Christmas songs playing. So in this case, all right, we shall draw myself, and of course I am very, very unimpressed with a Christmas store. So we shall draw Tianlong being very unimpressed. Look at how unimpressed I am. I am so unimpressed that there is no sign of being impressed whatsoever. There we are. Draw the horns, which do not have ornaments hung on them. If they did have ornaments hung on them, the person that hung them up would be eradicated from all existence. There we are. And Tien will have his arms, or his hands on his hips, because Tien is not impressed at any of this Christmas nonsense, because Christmas is far too cheerful for Tien's liking. And here we have, for example, in the Christmas store, we have a Christmas tree. So Christmas tree has been put up in the Christmas store. There we are. And then we've got like I don't know. What else do they put in a Christmas store these days? I don't know what kids like to see in Christmas stores.
Xboxes.
Xboxes. We will put an Xbox in the Christmas store. Okay, so we've got a box here that looks like the International Space Station, but it's got this big logo that has an X there. And we will call this the Xbox. And I don't know what model of Xbox is the most recent these days. We'll call this the Xbox 1080.
That sounds good. Xbox 1080.
Yes, because they keep on like coming up with iterations of 360 degrees. All right, and then we've got the Xbox 1080, and then there's probably like a speaker over here on the side, and the speaker is playing Christmas music, so it's saying like Mariah Carey's All I Want for Christmas. And I'm about to blow this store into tiny bits for playing Mariah Carey in November. All I want for Christmas.
By the way, I fixed the lighting, so shut the hell up.
What is
They
wrong
were
with the light?
screaming the light was too washed out. I can see it.
Damn kids these days. All right, and then we've got the doorway for the Christmas store, of course. All right, and this is for David Hunter, I believe. So we'll put for David Hunter. All right, there we go. Thank you very much, David. All right, how many more do we have to go? Because I'm feeling like I'm sobering up.
Oh, we'll take care of that. Okay, so that was for David Hunter. The next is for Silver Gatomon. Dear old friend Silver Gatomon. Let me come over here and help you out with that because I think this one is not on the screen.
All right.
Tianlong as Cerberus. Trying to drink out of a single glass.
Tianlong as Cerberus trying to drink out of a single glass. I don't know if this one is even remotely possible because a single Tianlong has already too much trouble drinking out of a single glass, let alone three.
Yeah.
So here's what I'll do. I'm going to take Cerberus. Where's Cerberus?
He's behind me. Here we
I
go.
want Cerberus.
All right, here's Sir.
Cerberus, yes. For those of you that did not see Cerberus, he's all like a three-headed doggo, and he's all like, yam, yam, yam. Where is it? That's this side over here. Yam, 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 yam. There we go. So this is Cerberus. Cerberus is one of the residents here in Uncle Kage. So we're going to use Cerberus as a reference. And Cerberus, except 10 times 3. So we're going to have to draw 3 respectably shaped noses. What are you laughing about? What are you laughing about? So we have one very angry Tien, we have one somewhat angry Tien, and we have one very happy Tien.
Yes.
There we are. And they all have respectably shaped muzzles.
Naturally.
And then we've all got noodles that are very voluptuous, which we've already established. And they've all got their horniness. All right. Make sure all the Tiens are horny. There we are.
Onyx Flame, we can't check it right now. Just type into the channel what you want drawn and which of us you want to draw it.
I will vote very much so for Kage to draw it because I want to drink.
Okay. Not until the drawings are done.
All right, there we are. So we've got all the Tiens, and all the Tiens have all the different moods and whatnot, and all of them have a fabulously pink straw. There we are. And there's a single graduated cylinder, which is, well, it's rather flat, but it holds enough sake for them. There we are. And they all share one giant body because this is Cerberus Tien, which is not an appealing concept in any way, shape, or form whatsoever.
3 heads are better than 1.
I guess so, if you're trying to, there we are. All right, that is Cerber Tien trying to drink 3 times out of the same straw, same glass of sake. So that is for Silver Gatomon for SGM. There we are.
So let's see. We have Silver Gatomon. We got David Hunter. We got my nephew Zach. We got Silent Dawn. We have Silver Foxwolf. We got Furry Trainer and Mama T.
That should be it.
Have we heard from Onyx Flame?
Onyx Flame, I do not know if you have put your drawing idea in, but if you haven't, please do so now, dear.
Onyx Flame, I'm going to give you 15 seconds, and then I'm going to tell Tien to draw something completely random on your behalf.
What happened to me to
embarrass
saying
him.
that I want you to draw it?
Oh, well, that's not happening. Because somebody has to maintain these lights because we have to turn them back up. They were screaming and yelling. It was too bright down here.
So what you're saying is that it is now a fact that you are self-sufficient in IT support and I no longer need to fix your stuff.
No, even better. Okay, here it is. Here's what we're doing. Okay, since Onyx Flame has not answered, we're going to go ahead and we are going to come up with something for her. Right?
All right, well, what do we want to come up with Onyx Flame?
Tianlong, your agent is very, very smart, and now Tianlong is the new Welsh dragon. So make with the drawing.
You're saying that I am going to replace the Dragon of Wales.
Yes, yes. You are now the new Welsh dragon.
All right, here we go. So, we're going to put Wales there. Apologies, Wales. And we are going to have, we're going to have the flag of Wales. This is going to be the flagpole. It's a very thick and girthy flagpole. And then we're going to have...
See if that makes these people happier.
Tien's all like, grrr, and Tien's got noodles. But because the Dragon of Wales is sticking its tongue out, Tien has to then go like, meh. There we go. So Tien is sticking his tongue out. All right, and because the Dragon of Wales is kind of doing like a this shape, then Tien has to kind of imitate that shape, but as a long. And then Tien's tail has to like do the signature Welsh dragon curl, like that. And then Tien's has to be like something like this. Look, Tien doesn't have very accurate anatomy, okay? The anatomy of Tien's extremities are all circles, so don't mind it, it works. I am the official Dragon of Wales now, okay? All right, there we go. All right, there we go. That is for Onyx Flame.
And we're turning the goddamn lights back on.
All right, there we are.
STFU.
All right, and this is for Onyx Flame, although I don't think we need to put that down because it's a Welsh flag, and therefore we would know exactly who it's for. For Onyx Flame. All right, that's all the drawing that I'm doing for tonight. The rest is on you. Thank you very much, everybody. Now I need my drink. Where is it?
It's coming, it's coming.
You still have not filled my drink. Filled it.
Because I need to... Okay, get that. Make room. One side, you. No, that's my side. Yeah.
I like that side.
That's my side. You sit on this side. Sit. Move your paws. Arf. I always sit on this side. There.
All right.
All right. Now, I'm going to pull this out. Don't screenshot this. I'm going to pull this. Oh. Don't screenshot this. Oh. Stop it. Stop it. Don't screenshot this. Okay.
I didn't know when you were talking about
I'm having trouble pulling it. Just it's stuck.
Oh, good.
Okay. Hey, got it. I got it.
You finally got it off? We got it out?
Do you want me to open it or not? Do you want me to open it? They're screenshotting this. Never mind.
They are.
This is what I need to tell you. This is a shochikubai. And before you bite me, it's a shochikubai daiginjo made with Yamada Nishiki rice, So, like Shochukubai trying to make actual real sake.
So what you're saying is that after all of these years of us complaining about Shochikubai, they've heard us.
Essentially, yes.
Good.
This is something of an experiment. It's a limited edition, and I managed to get my hands on some.
Good.
It is Shochukubai who sat down and said, what if we were to actually,
Care about our sake?
yeah, what if we were to actually make sake that wasn't suck?
That wasn't suck.
So I thought I would share this with you. Again, Shochukubai, made with actual Yamada Nishiki rice, which is what sake should be made from.
Yes, very much so.
And it is 45% polishing ratio. It's still by Takara, but hey, why not?
Yes. Well, I am not one to turn my nose up simply because the brand itself has given me a bad taste. If they are making an attempt to, redeem themselves.
Oh,
Whoa,
goddamn.
goodness. That sounded like, oh!
Jesus Christ.
Dude, that's nails on a chalkboard.
Me, goddamn.
Later, but...
Okay, I don't...
Good gosh.
The sake better be good after
well,
that.
you were giving it such high praise before you started opening it. At that point,
Okay. Now, first off, let's do a proper evaluation.
are you going to do the evaluation? Oh, my.
Have a look. Okay, this is not what Shochukubai typically looks like.
Oh, my.
I think Tien is happy. Hang on, let's get our white piece of paper here. Our white guy piece of paper. Okay. See that color, or rather lack thereof? You can get this. Yep. See, it's kind of hard to do there. Yep. 45%. Let's give it a go.
Let's try.
You have Ronnie on your head, by the way.
Do I have a noodle on my
You
head?
have a noodle on your head.
I thought I only had noodles on my face.
You've got. Drink your sake.
Okay.
So, it's not what you would expect from Shochukubai, is it? Yeah, yes.
Oh, goodness.
It is.
That is sublime.
It is a surprise, isn't it?
That is sublime. Oh, goodness
Yep.
gracious.
Yep.
Shochikubai, if you are out there and you watch this video, if you're watching this stream right now, my most sincere apologies for everything that we've said over the past 7 years about
Well-
Shochikubai.
Okay, actually doesn't change any of that, but yep.
But okay, at least they have now
Yep.
proven us wrong that they are not, completely lost.
The question came up: what does polishing ratio refer to? Why don't you explain what the polishing ratio refers to?
Well, very simply put, the polishing ratio refers to how much of the original rice grain is left when the sake brewers have finished stamping out the sake with their feet.
Okay, not quite. They put the rice into a big rock tumbler
Yes,
and they
do.
grind
And they
away
grind
the
it away,
outside
all
part.
right. I just wanted to give people the mental image of, a bunch of sweaty Japanese guys stomping on rice with their feet, which is still part of the process.
Could we not?
But can't you taste it?
No.
The polishing ratio is, as Kage mentioned, the amount of rice grain which is left after the rock grinder has milled the rice grain down. So right now what we are tasting is the effect of 45% of the rice husk being left on the particular grain of rice, which, if we're talking about sake standards, is high quality.
Yes. The outside part of the rice kernel has a lot of what we call xenoproteins. It's monkey spit, bird poop, and all the crap on the outside there.
Yes.
The inner part of the rice kernel is almost pure starch. So the more of the outside junk you get rid of, the cleaner the taste, the purer the sake, the smoother the product.
By the way, someone has complimented the shirt you're wearing, Kage.
Oh, why, thank you very much. It's one of my nicest. I don't know if you all saw the tie that I am wearing. I call this the Tien tie. He gave this to me, I think, was it for my birthday a number of years
It
ago?
was for birthday or Christmas, one or the other.
Yes.
And you've got one for the big brother as well, for
Yes.
Qinglong.
I have the chin tie and I have the tian tie.
Yes. Rather nice ties, if I do say so myself.
Absolutely, yeah. And since both Drax and Arco are here, I can say that this portion of the wine stream is brought to you by Galaxy Minstrels. If you've not
Is that a
tried
Tesco
them-
product?
No, it is not a Tesco.
Okay,
product.
I had to make sure.
It
I
is
had to
not a
make sure.
Tesco product. After we've had our sake, this is chocolate like Milton Hershey never dreamed of.
Oh.
Yes.
Well, in
Yeah.
that case, I shall have to give it a gander.
Oh, well, you can give it a taste later. Try some, yeah.
I know.
By the way, Maximus Wolfhart, what can I say or do to get my therapist and my parents to understand that furry is not a fetish and just a means of hiding, that there is nothing in it that is not normal? Maximus, first off, if you're over the age of 18, tell all of the above to fuck off. If you're under the age of 18, don't bother. That is my advice to you. If you are still under your parents' onus, just, I'm sorry. That's how life is. If you are 18 years old, you are your own person. You don't need to explain anything to anybody. Live your life and enjoy it.
And I'll tell you right now, Maximus, that there are far, far more examples online right now of the good examples of furry versus the bad examples of furry.
Yes.
No matter what you might hear on social media, no matter what you might think furry is seen as, there are many, many more examples of what good furry has done for society as a large versus all the bad stuff. So if they don't want to listen to that, then I'm sorry to say there's probably no help in convincing them otherwise.
Look for a video online. Lisa Ling. This is Life with Lisa Ling, furries, on CNN 4 years ago, something like that.
Something like that.
If that doesn't do it, nothing will. You can look up a documentary called, what's the documentary called?
The fandom?
The Fandom. Yeah, look that up.
Yes.
Okay. Let's see.
And Arco does recognize the minstrels that you showed as well. Okay, It seems like you've got the attention of the
Well,
British.
here's the thing. I was on VR chat, and I was talking with Arco and Drax, our two posh English fellows. Yes?
Don't forget Silver.
Oh, well, Silver wasn't there that evening.
Oh, okay.
It was Arco and Drax that evening, and Arco mentioned that he had Galaxy Minstrels in his room. Drax literally ran over to Arco's place, ran in, and mugged him for his minstrels.
Because Drax is a hooligan.
Well, no, Drax is a demon. Well, actually,
yeah.
I guess that's kind of the same thing.
I was going to say.
Yes. Okay, he's a demon, but he's not a chav.
Okay, as long as it's not a chav, you only find those up in, what was that area you called? Sunderland.
Sunderland, yeah.
Yes, you only find them in Sunderland.
Well, the fact that
Maybe Birmingham if you look hard enough.
the fact that Drax, I consider Drax my inner demon. He's amazing. He is everything evil that I try not to show to the world. I had to try some of these because I said, "What is this minstrels of which you speak?" And he said, "I cannot describe them. They are chocolate bliss." So I got some, and he is right. They are. I'll tell you what. I don't think they're going to interfere with the sake. I'll give you one here. Give me your hand. Actually, I can try to drop kick it into your mouth, but sorry. Head back. All right. Yeah. No. Yeah. There. Did I get it? Yeah. Yeah. Right. Yeah. You can see now why you would mug your best friend for this shit. Night. Look, do you want the minstrels or the sake? Minstrels or sake? Minstrels or sake? That's a 750ml bottle. There's a lot more left. Yeah. I have 2 more bags.
Yeah. These are like if M&Ms or Smarties were made with actual chocolate.
Yes. Yeah.
That's the thing is that
Yeah.
for those of you that do not know, in America, a lot of products that you would consider sweet do not have any actual sugar in them.
No.
That is a thing. They do not. If you look into, for example, a bottle of Coca-Cola in America, that does not actually have any sugar in it. It has aspartame. It has Splenda. It has all sorts of different bullshit.
High fructose corn
High
syrup.
fructose corn syrup. That is what I wanted to say, but I didn't say it.
Yeah.
But this shit actually tastes like if Smarties and M&M's had actual sugar in it.
Jarl asks, is there an estimate of the percentage of furs who are scientists, doctors, lawyers, other professionals? We don't have such an estimate. Maybe Fur Science does, actually.
Well, considering that fur science themselves is made up of a team of doctorates that are, like well-respected professionals in their field of study.
That's another thing. Look up Fur Science. I think it's furscience.org.
Yes.
Now, here's the thing. We have just given you 3 excellent resources. If these people are not willing to listen to it, fuck them. You are not going to change their minds. If they're not going to pay attention to those 3 resources, fuck them. There, I said it, and I'm glad I said it. Tell them to go to hell and to take the goddamn mule they rode in on with them. I think I'm getting a little off topic here.
Perhaps a little bit. The moral of the story is, don't be afraid to be who you truly are. That's the moral of the story.
And if your parents say, why are you into this? Say, okay, mom and dad, it's cheaper than heroin, okay? Tell them that. Yep.
My handler actually used that exact line on their parents as well.
Yep.
My handler actually told them, would you rather have I become a drug dealing or drug addicted, son of a gun on the streets, peddling, this shit or begging for this shit? Or would you rather have your son be a giant 6-foot-tall dragon running around conventions and making other people happy and actually making friends?
Yes.
Because a lot of people don't realize that, the furry fandom, the biggest appeal is the social aspect, right? The fact that, for many of us, we did not have a lot of options socializing when we grew up. Not to say that we were completely out of options or completely inept at socializing, but furry gave us a way of actually feeling like we belonged. And that is something that people don't understand if they've never understood what it was like to not belong.
The mention of aspartame. Aspartame is one of the artificial sweeteners. I don't think it's going to harm you. I just think it tastes like shit.
Yes, it does.
I don't like it. And apparently somebody said I look like a villain when I laugh and drink from the glass. Do I look like a villain when I laugh and drink from the glass?
I plead the fifth.
You're Canadian.
He's not here.
Yeah. Mr. Morningstar says, Kage, how's your dear mother doing? Mom, if you're online, tell Mr. Morningstar how you're doing.
Did Mom know that we were streaming tonight?
She was online earlier.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. Haley and the Protogen broke their ankle in the Target parking lot, had surgery last weekend, and are now impatient.
My condolences.
Okay.
You got targeted by the Walmart agents.
You need to relax. Have patience. You will get better. There's no need to be impatient.
Well, that and also, make sure that next time you go to Target that you're not being followed by any Walmart agents.
Yeah. G1 expert, you once saw a guy who was a really big dickweed, is what you're saying. You don't need to listen to people like that. I'm not going to repeat it.
Also, Kahadia Worgen, I do not really care for nougat. Just to respond to your question, I am neither for nor against nougat.
Okay, anytime I hear the word nougat, I can't help but think of the Mel Brooks movie To Be or Not to Be. There's a scene. Nougat?
You nougat? We haven't watched that in some time. We should.
It is a brilliant film.
Oh, absolutely.
It's okay. To be or not to be. Okay, nobody in the universe other than Mel Brooks could get away with making a comedy about the World War II invasion and occupation of Poland.
Yes.
He managed to do it.
Yes, for the remainder of this program, everything will be done in English.
Yep. Meta the Cat is asking, what's my favorite sushi? I'm not really a sushi eater, but I do like futomaki.
What apparently, Beaton says, and this is in response to you looking like an evil villain when you laugh and have a drink, you should see him when he has a black fedora on.
I could.
Would you like me to get it for you?
If you're going that way.
I'll go that way.
Just don't knock your glass. There we are. I got it. Oh,
All right, which black fedora are we talking about?
well, I'll tell you what. I'm not sure which one. Bring them all down. Bring all the fedoras down. We'll see how they look. Yep.
Yeah, all right. This is the segment of us wearing different hats and seeing which one fits the mood.
Oh, meanwhile, while that's going on, if they're talking about, oh, Kage looks like this, Kage looks like that, I should show them the photo that was snapped during the wedding.
Let's see.
Yeah, how's this?
It could be that one, but you've got two others as well. That could work.
Yeah.
Not that one. No, I
not
don't
this
think that one. What about this one?
Okay, we need one with a slightly narrower brim, like this one here.
That looks nice, I think.
Yeah, this is a little bit better.
We've got a third one. The brim is not as sharp on this one.
Yeah, this one is Italian. This one is a very Italian style, which is kind of like very, very loose brim. Right. That's my grandpa hat there.
I'll take that one.
You can wear the grandpa hat.
Yes, it fits well with me.
Yep. We need to show to the folks and some of you might have seen this on the Twitters, but this picture was snapped just this weekend, and we're getting some reflection here. See if
they can see it. Just hold it still for a moment. There we are.
will it focus?
They're
getting the OBS thing in here. I could probably figure out how to put it onto the thing here, but I don't know how I could do that.
They got the idea.
Yeah, they got the idea. Yep. What was that?
That was the grandpa hat.
That was the grandpa hat.
Yes.
Okay. Yep.
I've got it.
Is there a way for me to change any of this shit without going to it?
Not without Asian tech support, which is currently unavailable. They are on the off hours now.
Okay. Yeah. I look like an Indiana Jones baddie.
I mean, yeah. You look like you could have probably, been an extra in what? What?
I'm just going to point it. I'm going to point.
Sorry, let me take your hat and do this.
Talon, would you please call Mom? And she needs some tech support. Talon is a honorary Asian.
Yes, Mom, if you would call Talon. Mom called Talon, not the other way around, because Talon's probably drunk off his mind.
We put one of those things where Talon can look at her computer.
Oh yes. One of those, yes.
Jen, have you ever had Windsor Canada whiskey mixed with Mountain Dew?
I don't think I have, and to be quite honest, Mr. Morningstar, I don't think that I will. That does not sound like a combination that I would be rather fond of.
Unexplained is saying, can you explain the taste difference between your USA Dove chocolate bars and the UK Galaxy bar? Of course, anything made in Great Britain is better. I'm sorry, that's just how it is.
Yes, it's got the Queen's blessing and all that, and it's actually made by people that care.
The Dove chocolate bars are almost certainly made with high fructose corn syrup. High fructose corn syrup costs less than 1/10 of what sugar does, and the United States grows so much corn that the stuff... water is more expensive than frickin' high fructose corn syrup around here.
That's actually a fact.
Yep. And Mr. Morningstar says, you know what they say? Everything in Texas is bigger. No. Oh, I've been to the Alamo. The thing's frickin' tiny. It's not like in the movies. At the Alamo, it's like this is like a college dorm. What the hell? I don't know.
Well, don't you remember what you tweeted out when you were at the Alamo City furry invasion or whatever on Sunday, and you were saying that I'm going to be at the patio drinking from this time to this time, and you had to put a follow-up tweet that says, and by patio, I mean the terrace in front of the concierge that has a leak in the roof.
Did I say leak in the roof?
Yes, you did.
I did. There was a leak in the roof, yeah. Let's see. And Bovaka says, point of warning. Here's my copyright strike. If you go to American City, you will find it very pretty. There's just one thing of which you must beware. Don't drink the water and don't breathe the air. Pollution, pollution, wear a gas mask and a veil. You can breathe all you want, just don't inhale. Let's see. And Dave Nevius says there's no reason for iron, sand, steel, except bragging. They're talking metallurgy. Let's keep moving.
They're talking something that requires actual, competency to understand.
G1 Expert is saying, why do you know what soap tastes like? You have never had a grandmother that threatened to wash her mouth out with soap and did it.
Well, mine did that, but they didn't use soap. They used dishwashing detergent.
Munitia Blastball, what is that song from? Tom Lehrer. That's what that song is from. Do kids not know Tom Lehrer anymore?
They don't know anymore.
For God's sake, let me refill your
yes, please do.
yes.
With
With the Sho Chikubai Dai Ginjo made with Yamada Nishiki rice. What are you doing? Don't. I overfilled it.
Well, I'll just have to drink the excess now, won't I?
Oh, you'll drink to excess, exactly.
Yes, I'll drink very excessively.
Gambe.
Gambe.
What are you doing with your hand?
Holding the glass.
Of course you are, yeah. And Tom Lehrer, yes, he did the masochism tango. I long for the touch of your lips, dear, but not as much as for the touch of your whips, dear. You can raise welts like nobody else as we dance to the masochism tango.
Ed Beaton asks, are you going to be at Fernal Equinox next year by any chance? I believe you will you
Fernal
not?
Equinox, that's the one in Tirana, isn't it?
That is the one in Tirana. That's one of the three that is in March.
Yeah.
There's, what is it?
The one in Asheville.
The one Blue Ridge Fur
Blue
Fair.
Ridge Fur Fest.
And then there's Fernal Equinox, and then there's Motor City Murcon.
Yes.
Furcon.
Motor City Fur Fest.
Not Murcon.
Motor City Furcon, yes.
Yes. Good.
Okay, I need to talk to the organizers of Blue Ridge Fur Fest. BRFF, it just sounds like barf. I'm sorry, we got to fix that.
It sounds almost like the sound you would make on Sunday morning of that con, which is brr.
Yep. Let's see.
Onyx Flame apparently had the mouth washed with not just soap, but with boot polish.
Oh, goody.
That sounds like a rather Welsh experience, and one that I will not want to replicate.
And Katie adds, I'll have what he's having. Yes. Sasha White for getting old sucks. Oh, aren't you cute?
Oh. Yes. Don't we love it when we see all the furs in the chat? Don't you love it when they say, now that I'm 21 years old, I have to, show my ID at the bar whenever I get asked to drink. At least you get asked to show your ID, you miscreants.
I have not been carded since before some of you were born.
Yes, people look at me and they think that I have lost my way back to the retirement home whenever I walk into a bar.
Yep. Oh, Sasha Whitefur, getting old sucks. Yeah, we already mentioned that. Yep.
Join the club, Sasha.
Oh, Sasha Whitefur says, I'll be 70 in 3 weeks. I'll be 70 in 3 weeks.
Join the club.
Keep moving. Keep moving, yes.
And Wolvaka says, I have never been carded, period. Well, Wolvaka, that is simply because there is no such concept of being carded where you are from. Yeah. All people know that Vikings are already born with an entire stein in their head, or a pint, whatever they call it.
No, a skull.
A skull,
The Vikings drink their mead through the skull of their enemies. That's why they say skull when they cheer.
Yes, skull, yes. This is the skull of, Bovaka, the guy that I killed, and I took his name and made it Wolvaka.
Yes, exactly. And Haley the Protogen says, Rittersport is pretty decent. It's German, but you can get it in the British food section of Publix. That kind of just figures, doesn't it? That figures.
That actually is
Publix
the epitome.
Yes. It's a Florida outfit. Yeah.
Wolvaka apparently had their mouth washed with strong mustard as a kid. Okay, Wolvaka, I don't know if you were born in either the Scandinavian region or Chicago, because both of those regions do that exact thing.
Yep. And Onyx Flame says she swore at her grandfather once at the age of 7, and that was the boot polish. I didn't get the boot polish. I just got the threat of pain and death. And that was from my mom.
Oh, wait, you mean the same mom, aka Grandma Kage, that when they met their significant other, Grandpa Kage, back all those years ago said, hey, muscle, hey, stud, make a muscle, and then quite literally uppercut him in his frickin' solar plexus.
Yes.
Well, I would never imagine her threatening violence on her own child.
First off, Halion, I apologize. We'll remember that. Second off, what my mother said to me, I think I was 18 or 19, and I mouthed off to her, and she said, and I quote, "You will never be so big that I can't stand on a chair and take you out with a broom."
Have we ever shown off to, the Winestream, have we ever shown off Grandma Kage's stool that she got like a couple years back? You know the one that's in her kitchen?
Oh, the one that says, she is small, but she is fierce.
Yes, exactly, that one, yes. The one that was made specifically to reinforce that quote.
Yes. Talon Wolf, I just got a support call from Grandma. Tien, you'll want to help her with her external monitor tomorrow. If you go to American City, you will find it very
All
pretty.
right, I'll help her tomorrow. Put that back on you.
All right. Next, maybe I should put the top hat on.
I can get
That's
the top hat for
backwards.
you.
You put it on me backwards, you dumbass. Dude.
It's a hat. You wear it and it stays on your head.
Arg.
All right, I'll take the straw boater. You take the top hat.
I need a new boater.
What's wrong with this one?
It's just getting old.
Dude, you got this like 2 years ago.
And I need a new one. It's getting kind of stained and they're
but-
impossible to clean.
Well, it's such a high maintenance.
Ladies and gentlemen.
And when I wear this boater, I feel like I need to like start doing like some sort of vaudevillian dance now.
Hello, my baby.
Hello,
my
my
honey.
baby.
Hello, my
Hello,
ragtime
my
gal. Yum, 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 yum. Tien,
Yes.
what did your parents do to punish you? Like if you brought home an A- on your report card?
I'd rather not think about it.
I see.
Let's just say that, you know how the joke of dishonor has been thrown around lightly? Yes, dishonor was essentially something along the lines of you don't get dinner for a week and you must, sit in your room in a dark corner without any heating or without any sort of warmth or comfort and think about what you've done.
Dishonor on you. Dishonor on your cow.
Dishonor on your cow. I'd rather say this straw boater looks good on me, does it not?
Well, on your horn it does, yes.
Oh, wait, is Mom still in the chat? I'm seeing people reference Mom right now.
Oh, well, they're talking about her computer,
Oh, of course.
which you had to fix. Yeah. Yep.
Yes, and I do agree with Helion as well. Heavenly dragons are not technical support. Thank you very much for supporting my claim.
You could always walk down to Mom's place now and fix her monitor.
But your neighbors have never seen a celestial dragon walking down at, what is it, 7:20? It's only...
It's only 7.
It's only... Dude, it's only 7:20? It's felt like
It's
we've been here for
early
hours.
in the evening, yes.
Good gosh, I could walk over there right now.
But we don't want you to frighten them. By the way, the neighbors might well be watching.
But,
By the way, if you're watching, Claudia, Robert, good to see you. We're trying not to be too loud. They're the folks who live immediately underneath me.
yes, exactly.
Yum, 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 yum. Steamboat Noodle Kitty. I didn't say it. Meta the cat did.
Steamboat Noodle Kitty sounds almost like some sort of deleted 1920s concept from Walt Disney himself.
By the way, speaking of that, we have all heard about the Disney film Steamboat Willie.
Of course. The classic.
Okay, it's based off of an old song, Steamboat Bill, which is a horrible song. The guy basically dies in a steam explosion after being scalded to death.
Isn't that basically what happens in every other, iteration of Steamboat Willie to Pete?
Pretty much, yes. Yeah. Hellion the Protogen says, I got to take a shower tomorrow. There's a bunch of tape residue still on me. We don't want to know.
We do not want to know what the tape residue is from.
Grandma Kage says, new development. Home screen is now on the laptop. I had cast your TV, so I will just watch it from there. Good.
Good. So I don't need to fix her computer.
Yes, you do.
Talon, fix her computer before I get there.
Yep. Let's see. There it is. Okay. Marek Dwarf says, what do you think of Japanese swords and knives? Well, okay. I can certainly appreciate the artistry of the katana and those things. I don't claim any kind of expertise in it. There is the only one thing that I will say. I know a couple of people who own actual Japanese katana that were taken from soldiers in World War II. And to every single one of them, I've said, give them back. Mm-hmm. And not one has. So,
are they American?
Yes. At any point, should I ever come into possession of a Japanese katana, the first thing I will do will be to take it to the Japanese consulate and say, tell me what I should do with this. That's a loaded question.
That is very much a loaded
yes,
question.
Yeah.
I'll say this right now, is that you probably have not only the smarts, but you also have the honesty that it would be required of to actually embark on such a journey yourself to find the family in which that sword and its heritage belong to.
Well, I've done something.
Yes, you have. Yes. I remember that story.
Yep, and I'll share it to the folk now. Mm-hmm. A number of years ago, knowing my... Okay, I grew up with veterans of World War II. I grew up on their stories, not just veterans, but people who lived through it, people who had tattoos. And so World War II is something, the history of that part of the 20th century is sort of emblazoned on my psyche. And knowing my fascination with that era of history, a well-meaning redneck Pennsylvania friend, had gone to a gun and knife show, and there he had picked up a bunch of items that had been taken from the body of a Japanese soldier who had been killed in World War II. And he was very, very sweet, very nice. He made like a little shadow box out of them. There was a picture of the guy, his rank insignia, some letters, some personal effects. And I was grateful to have the gift because any gift given is a gesture of affection from the heart. But I put it in a closet because I really couldn't display it. It would be like having a dead body in my living room as a trophy.
Oh, goodness. Or, an animal head like all the rednecks do.
Well, I had the opportunity to travel to Japan, and I brought it with me, and I made a point of visiting the Yasukuni Jinja, which is a shrine in Japan to Japanese war dead. And I took all these items, and when I went there, I went to the desk. Now, fortunately, folks over there speak much better English than I speak Japanese. And I explained to the person at the desk, okay, I have these things. I don't know what to do, and I'd like to give them to somebody. So they asked me to go wait over there. The shrine is attached to a Japanese World War II museum. When they had me waiting there, right in front of me was an original mint condition Mitsubishi Zero. And like that scene from Empire of the Sun where the little kid is like, I was
yes.
like,
You were that kid.
yeah, I'm like, oh my God, that's a
it.
goddamn
That's the
Zero.
one.
Holy shit. And one of the chief priest guys came out and I told him the story. What? Oh, we'll see to that.
All right, finish the story.
Yep. So I told him the story, and he said, well, he looked through it. He said, okay, this is a this, this is a that, but this has his name and address on it. We will take this, and I'll contact you. Give me your email address, and I will contact you and tell you what we found. Well, a month later, I got a very, very nice email from him saying, we contacted the family and we asked them if they wanted these effects. They said no, so we will keep them here at the shrine.
Good.
So, I was given this amazing gift, these items that belong to a man who fought for his country years ago. The very least I could do was take him back home.
That is exactly what it is about. Okay, we were not born into that era. I mean, certainly I was, but I was not part of I guess what I would call the human affairs.
Yep.
But we were not part of what the world was like back then. And we do not understand what the mindset was behind one side versus the other. All that we can surmise, and this is just based off of us being us. But all we can surmise is that this person, this man, this father, brother, son, lover, whoever it was, they went off and they fought for what they believed in and what they thought was the right thing.
Yep.
The least that they deserve is the opportunity to be honored in the way that their families and their loved ones would expect them to be.
Absolutely. All rights and all wrongs have long since blown away, as a wonderful song says. It doesn't matter. This was a man who fought for what he thought was right, and he apparently gave his life doing it. So he's a hero. Not from my side. I have often said, and I will state it again. My mom and dad used to have wonderful drinking parties with the Germans in Berlin. Now, in my mom and dad's day, we were bitterly at war with these people. And now we're drinking.
And I will say to that point as well that I have a wonderful, wonderful time sharing sake with the sons and the grandsons of Japanese soldiers who would have been, in their day and age, would have been part of the regime that would have been responsible for the massacres of my people. And, well, as the saying goes, you cannot fault the son for the sins of the father. And, well, we can at least look back and agree that that was not who we are today.
No.
Those were much, much different times, and who we are today is not defined by history.
I have an earnest prayer. I'm not at all a religious person, but I still have an earnest prayer that before my day comes, when I'm an old man in a nursing home or whatever, I really hope that the day comes when I am sitting down with a former Al-Qaeda operative, maybe not drinking alcohol, but just sitting down together, sharing a meal or something, and talking about, do you remember back when we didn't understand each other? That's what I look forward to.
Well, the difference is you would not be in a nursing home. You'd probably be, cooped up in, some living room of a celestial dragon, and you'd probably have your buddy, your Al-Qaeda buddy or whatnot there.
My buddy, eh?
Your buddy, guy, yes.
I ain't your guy, buddy.
I ain't your buddy guy.
I ain't your guy, you hooser.
Damn it, you got me on that end of the chain.
Yeah. Lion Wing, yes, we did the drawings, if you can call them that. Yes, we did.
Yes, and Enigma, we are furry conventions are indeed still happening. Matter of fact, we've had quite a few furry conventions that have already taken place over the past couple of months. And I will tell you right now, Enigma, that although furry conventions are not what we would call normal quite yet, they are still indeed getting back. And I think most people are happy of the fact that we're able to have some event. It might not be the best or the perfect event, but we're able to have an event nonetheless.
There was a question. Sully is calling in tonight. Good night, Sully. Thank you
night,
for joining
Sully.
us. Yep.
Yes. Who the hell haven't we been at war with at some point? I mean, Dave, what you're saying is entirely correct. At this point, I think as a human race, as just a society, we have learned that there is no real point in having this kind of hatred towards each other. There is none.
Mr. Morningstar says, Uncle Kage, would you please feel Tien's noodles? You mean these
What do you do?
My understanding is they're extremely sensitive.
Stop.
What? You don't like it when
But we're on stream right now.
We'll have the noodle jobs after 9. Okay,
Yes,
here
well,
we go.
Yes.
Yep.
Noodle jobs later.
Now, somebody has just mentioned Slender Lover 13 going to a furry convention in Ottawa next weekend. What furry convention is in Ottawa? I didn't know.
That would be Conference. Conference, which is the play on the word conference, of course, but it would be for Canada, so it is Conference.
Yep.
And that is a convention that, well, it used to be held in what I would like to say is the middle of nowhere, Ottawa, which, of course, as most people know, Ottawa is the capital, the official capital of Canada. Really? But now, yes, I know, right? No one knows what the official capital of Canada is, not even Canadians.
Okay.
But now they have moved to a Westin hotel, I believe, which is right across from Parliament Hill, a.k.a., we're going to have a furry convention right next to the government of Canada.
Yep. Mr. Morningstar, I can answer your question. Do you know if Anthrocon will be in person next year? Absolutely. I was asked that question by every media outlet in Pittsburgh back in July, and I released an official statement from Anthrocon Incorporated to the city of Pittsburgh, and that statement read, "We will be there in July of 2022. Wild horses could not keep us away, and we've got wild horses."
Also, it says the official capital of Canada, Washington, D.C. They really did set it on fire.
No, they didn't. It was a tie. The whole 1812 thing was a tie. It was a draw. Let's just.
And the White House burned, and we're the ones that did it.
There's a statement here. I also believe that respect to be given to those willing to die for their ideals. I agree. I am perfectly willing to give respect to the person ahead of time. You don't need to die for your ideals on my behalf. If you're willing to do it, great. Let's just agree that that's okay. Please don't. All right? Yeah.
And Hallian says everyone who can should come to Megaplex 2022, but get your shots first. Well, I think we can probably say that about any convention in 2022. Yep. I mean, there's of course Megaplex, there's Anthrocon, there's Vernal Equinox. Any convention that you want to go to, of course, your best protection and your best chance of guaranteeing you can even make it to those conventions is to be fully vaccinated. And of course, there's the difficulties of those that, for medical reasons may not be able to get vaccinated. Yes. But your best protection is still to get fully vaccinated so that not just you, but your fellow furries can be safe at said conventions.
Yep. By the way, Dave and company, I know you're having a wonderful time talking about metallurgy, but could I ask you please to take it offline? We're kind of having trouble keeping up with the chat as it is. I don't mean to yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Yes,
yeah.
yes,
Okay.
yes,
Yeah.
yes. And Mr. Morningstar will be going to Anthrocon by themselves for the first time.
Oh.
Any advice for Mr. Morningstar and their first Anthrocon that they will be traveling to on their own?
Bring alcohol to the chairman.
What he said.
Yes.
And to the chairman's executive noodle.
Yes. Riesling, Mosel Valley, Germany, no older than 3 years, cabinet vintage. Thank you very much.
And whatever you bring for him, bring twice as much for this guy.
Oh, by the way, Lion Wing says, I think Tianlong needs to host a furry convention. You're sort of involved with hosting some furry conventions, as I understand.
Well,
Are you
it's
not?
almost like you roped me into helping you run your furry convention, did you not?
Yes, yes, roped. That's my thing.
Roped, not noodled into.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you right now that, okay, here's the thing. Hosting a furry convention, this guy knows, plenty of others that are in the chat that are involved in furry convention knows. A lot of these events start off with a bunch of people in a hotel room, in some random hotel in some random city, and one of them gets the bright idea, what if we held a furry con? Wouldn't it be such a great idea if we had a furry con? It's going to be the best thing ever. We're going to have the greatest furry con. It's going to be so fun.
Capital city. That's what happens. Oh, Mr. Morningstar says, I'm nervous about traveling alone. Well, Mr. Morningstar, where are you traveling from? If you're traveling internationally, send me an email. I actually have a file that is a helpful file for folks traveling internationally. If you're traveling domestically, send me an email and I have a helpful file for that too. Let's see. Russell Dixon, I am having a hard time finding a COVID booster shot. What should I do? Keep looking. Contact your doctor. Contact CVS Pharmacy.
And Kahadia Morgan says, alcohol is not the solution. Tell that to any chairman of a convention.
No. And G1 Expert says, his snout noodles make me think of bass, as in the fish. Mr. Morningstar, I'll be traveling from Minnesota. Send me an email. Not a problem.
Okay, that's not international. That's dude, Minnesota is like an hour flight away from Pittsburgh.
Is it?
I thought it was. I mean, Minnesota is like, isn't it right next to Wisconsin? That's an hour flight from Pittsburgh.
I think so.
Yeah.
American education system. Let's see. Minnesota.
Dude, I'm Canadian. Why do I know about these things more than you do?
Well, wait a minute. There's Illinois.
Yes, Minnesota's right below Wisconsin.
No. Let's see. Did I say the forbidden con? Did I say the forbidden con's name?
I think you did.
I don't think I did.
Well, you said Capital City. You didn't say the full name.
Yes, I did. You're right.
Yes, the Forbidden Con. Not as, should I say it, not as forbidden as the other con.
Oh, and Hillian points out about an hour and a half, same as Orlando to Atlanta.
Okay, an hour and a half,
Yeah.
tomato.
Well, okay. When we talk about flight times,
Okay, depending on the airline.
yes. Okay, the actual time from wheels up to wheels down could be 45 minutes.
Yes, that
but
is
the
true.
flight time is 2 hours and 30 minutes. That's because they know they're going to dick with you. Oh, you know all about. Why don't you tell them about your trip to your dear friend Cryo and Nick's wedding?
So no shit, there I was. 2 weekends ago, as I mentioned earlier in the stream, we had attended our dear friend Cryo and Nepal's wedding. The two lovely folk, part of Anthrocon's staff, they help with logistics, and they finally, after 11 years, decided to get hitched. And
It's
they
about
held
frickin'
it.
time, boys.
It's about frickin' to put it in your words, it's about goddamn time, boys. And they decided to get hitched in, I'm sorry, middle of nowhere, Ohio.
East Bumfuck, Ohio.
East Bumfuck, Ohio, exactly. So from Canada, I was forced to take a flight from Toronto to Chicago O'Hare Airport, which then would ideally connect to Dayton, Ohio, which has an airport as well. when I'm in Toronto Airport, I get a text quite literally 30 minutes before my flight to Chicago O'Hare saying that your flight from Chicago O'Hare to Dayton Airport has been cancelled because, well, we have mechanical issues. We can't operate this plane. It's not safe for you.
So it was mechanical issues.
So it was a mechanical issue, except for the fact that when I called into the United hotline, as well as went to the gate agent at the gate in Toronto, both of them said that they saw weather as the reason of the cancellation, despite the fact that it was clear skies above Chicago. So at that point, well, that's when you got involved, and we had figured out that, okay, well, since you're driving to Ohio, thankfully, you could go to Columbus and pick me up and drive me to Dayton, which was not ideal, but we had to make it work. Otherwise, I would have been on a flight the next day at 3 p.m. local time, which was exactly when the wedding was taking place.
Precisely.
So at that point, I decided, all right, well, since United's not going to play ball, I'm just going to have to do all the hard work, as usual, and take the flight to Columbus, Ohio at midnight, is what it seemed like.
Yes.
And have you pick me up from Columbus, an hour away from the original destination, driving through quite literally the thickest and darkest rainstorm at midnight that we have ever driven through, with no street lights on the interstate. You remember that interstate? What was it?
How could I forget that?
The I-70
something.
I-70 something.
7X.
7X. I-7X with 0 street lights, the thickest and heaviest rainfall at midnight that you had ever driven through and that I had ever seen. And somehow we made it out alive, and the next day we were able to both attend the wedding.
But don't forget of the curious thing. We're driving from Columbus, an hour drive, Columbus back to Dayton. And ahead of us, we see police lights. And the police lights were getting closer. And I was driving. I said, okay, is this a rolling roadblock? Well, they were slowing down, so we slowed down. And then they moved off to the side. So I speeded up to pass them, and then they got back in ahead of me. Okay, and then they slowed down again. Okay, so I slowed down, and they pulled over, and I started to pull over, and then they pulled back into the road. And I said to them, are they fucking with us? What is this shit?
At that point, they knew.
Yeah.
They were United agents.
They must have been.
Yes.
They weren't cops. They were United Airlines employees fucking with us. That's what it was. Yeah. Let's see. It was not a problem with de-icing equipment. It's United Airlines.
It's United Airlines, yes.
Oh, and there's the demon. This is the first wine stream I managed to get to in just over here. Well, Durs, it's good to see you.
It's good to see you as well. Yes, thank you for sticking with Kage and I as we drink sake and talk. Yes, that's about it. We drink sake and we talk.
Now, I had invited a co-worker of mine, Bill. I share an office with him at work.
Wait. Is this the Bill?
Oh, I told you about Bill, have I?
Is this Fat Bill? Or
No.
Oh, okay.
No, this is a different Bill.
Okay, this is a different Bill.
This is
okay,
Bill.
Okay.
Oh, yes, at least you didn't get dragged off the plane for being not white. Sorry, we didn't. I didn't say that out loud, did I? Yeah.
Well, here's the thing: is that you didn't say that out loud, but it was United, so it could have been anything.
Yeah. So I don't know if Bill is watching, but if I am, please don't tell HR about this. Yeah. Oh, Dave Nevius ordered special wine because you thought we were streaming next Saturday. I'm sorry, Dave, but it's this Saturday.
It is this next Saturday. You and I will be at Bewhiskered Con in the Durham region of Raleigh, North Carolina, or RTP.
Well, it is Durham, North Carolina.
Durham, North Carolina.
Yes. Raleigh's sister city, Durham, North Carolina. We shall be there, and we will be. They say they're going to have some cabinet wine there for us.
Are they now?
Yes, they are.
And I know quite a few people that are going to be there. Good folk. You remember Eddie Bear, do you not?
Oh, of course I do.
Of course.
How could you forget Eddie is amazing. He's a capital fellow.
Absolutely, and he's going to be one of the guests there. And then you remember Humphrey, of course.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes, Humphrey, the 5 foot tall, Marine firefighter law enforcement everything. Okay, this person is basically the epitome of he is the dude's dude.
By the way, I'm going to interrupt you. Furry Trainer is going to the dogs. So good night, Furry Trainer. Thank you very much for joining us tonight. Cheers.
Cheers to you, Furry Trainer. And is Furry Trainer headed to Be Whiskered next week?
I don't know.
I would hope so.
Tell us if you are, dear.
I will say on that topic that I am slightly miffed that Be Whiskered, understandably so, but Be Whiskered had to close their registration early. But a lot of folk that I know actually were not able to find out about that convention in time, and by the time they did, the registration already closed. So I do hope that, well, even if they aren't able to make it
Furry
next
Trainer
year.
going to be whiskered. That's the question.
Yes, going to be whiskered. I do hope that even if folks aren't able to make it to be whiskered this year, that at least we are able to make it well known enough that in future years people will have the foresight to register early.
Okay, I will state this now. Now, Be Whiskered made the wise and very, very carefully considered decision to cap their registration because we are still in a pandemic situation. Mm-hmm. They said, okay, we're only going to accept this number of registrants. It is a necessary thing. I'm not faulting them for it. I'm not saying this is a bad thing. But it is illustrative to me as to why conventions cannot cap their registration under normal circumstances. People say, oh, Anthrocon's getting too big, you should cap the registration. You wind up with disappointed people. Mm-hmm. Okay, this is not supposed to be an exclusive event that only X can get into. Now, again, Be Whiskered, you did what you had to. And great, I'm all for it. I just wish it wasn't necessary.
And I'll tell you right now, because you and I are in the business, and I can say this because I know that you'll understand that if Anthrocon, if Be Whiskered, if Vernal Equinox, if any of the conventions that we're part of, if any of us said we are limiting our attendance to X amount of people, whether it's, let's say, 10,000 for Anthrocon, whether it's X amount for Vernal Equinox or Be Whiskered, if we did that, we would more than likely drive people away.
Yes.
That is something that we have to consider as organizers, where, okay, in an ideal world, we would have as many people as possible. We would be able to sell an infinite number of tickets theoretically. But if we were to say we could only have X number of people allowed at this event, people at that point would say, well, you know what? I could probably go to this other event instead that says I will guarantee myself a ticket. I won't get turned away at the door. I will definitely be allowed here.
Yeah, people are often saying that to me, and I just wish they'd understand. It's not practical. Mm-hmm. It is simply not practical. Okay, what happens... Okay, what happens if, we cap Anthrocon at 10,000. All right, yes, I have sold badge number 10,000. That's it. No more people can come in. And then Ben Diskin sends me an email. Oh, I'd like to go to Anthrocon.
Not just Ben Diskin. Imagine Charlie Adler.
Charlie, Ben, any of our former guests. Okay, if I make an exception for them, now I have to make an exception for anybody, at which point I might as well not cap it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, Feathery Serpent's birthday is next week. You're excited about that. We are excited about that too. We are going to raise our empty
I've got about 8 millimeters glass.
8 what?
8 millimeters of sake.
8
millipeters.
Millipedes.
Millipedes.
You have 8 millipedes.
8 millipedes.
Hang on. You have 8 millipedes. I am going to add some centipedes to your millipedes.
Whoa.
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 I don't think there's any left for me.
All right, you can fill your glass up.
All right. But
All right, drink you.
we still have two.
Drink.
No,
Put
no.
Put my noodle in your mouth. Do it. Do it.
Hey, all right, if you say so.
Put my noodle in your
They're screenshotting this, you know.
Yes, I know.
We still have two more bottles down there. It's all right.
All right.
Nanopus, put my noodle in your mouth. You saw that, yes. Nom, nom, nom. Yep. Apparently they're enjoying that.
I bet they are.
Yeah.
And apparently Furry Trainer unfortunately will not be at Be Whiskered, but they are hoping for MCFC, and if not, they will definitely be at Anthrocon.
Okay, it's good to know, Furry Trainer. We will drink your booze at Be Whiskered then for you, so it doesn't go bad.
Yes, absolutely.
Yep. Yep. And G1 Expert, actually, this is a point of wisdom. You always say the phrase, if I make an exception for you, I have to make an exception for everybody. Then they don't know what an exception is. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yep.
An exception only exists when there's an actual enforcement of the exception.
Yeah. And Marek the Wolf says that will be on E621 later. Marek, it's probably already on E621.
Promise?
Yes. Yep. Oh, and Durs da Demon has a glass of Maker's Mark, so now I'm drinking with you too now.
Well, Durs, it's not good form to be drinking alone, so here's to you, Durs.
Here's mud in your eye. Actually, I don't know if Alkali is still here, but since Alkali is not here, I am going to offer the Chicago toast.
Let's do it.
Here it is. Here's to you, here's to me. Forever friends we will be. And if you and I should disagree, fuck you, here's to me.
And you know what? Since we're on the topic of giving toasts to our friends,
Yes.
on a bit more of a somber note, I would like to raise a glass to our dear lawyer badger friend, Boozy. And although, of course, things are still sort of up in the air, I would like to raise a glass and, in particular, to Boozy's dad.
Here's to Boozy's dad.
Boozy's
Absolutely.
dad.
Boozy's dad, listen, we've never met, but I would like to meet you someday because I know some shit about your boy that's going to make your pubic hair grow straight. Trust me. All right. Anyway, here's to Boozy's dad.
Here's to Boozy's dad.
We hope you're up and about, my good man, at, the earliest inconvenience.
Well, the funny thing is that Boozy's dad actually reminds me of my own grandnoodles, believe it or not. I mean, they're cut from the same cloth.
Yep.
These are the generation of, fathers and grandfathers where, okay, they could quite literally be going through a stroke or a heart attack, and they would just be going about their day as if nothing was wrong whatsoever. That is the cut of cloth that they are both from.
Marek the Wolf, just go, okay, I hate to say you have to go to Twitter. Go to Boozy Barristers or Boozy Badger's Twitter, I'm sorry. Boozy's father, Boozy's dad is my age. He's starting to feel his age. So, some medical conditions have come up that kind of caught him by surprise. We are rooting for him.
Absolutely, and here's the thing: is that of course we like to look at us.
Yeah.
Kage, myself, Boozy, Alkali, all of us. We are clowns. Our sole existence is to make you smile and make you laugh. But at the end of the day, we are still bound by reality and the kind of things that come at us from any direction and all directions. And when one of us falls, all of us fall. But that also indicates that we need to be there for one another. And from Kage, from myself, from Alkali, we are all there for Boozy, and we hope that Boozy and his father are able to recover as quickly as possible.
Yep, absolutely. Matthew Waters drinking blackberry cider. What happened to all of it? I don't know. Ingenuity is out. Apparently I drank it all. Excuse me, I seem to be having trouble making myself heard among the sound of somebody proclaiming that his cylinder is empty. Would you like me to refill your vessel? Well, set it down. You're closer. The bottles are in there. I put them in a plastic bag so they won't drip. Just leave the plastic bag and pull it. Okay, that's the nigori. Do you want the nigori or do you want the other one?
At this point, they'll all taste just as good as the last.
Then give it some. Okay, invert it. Yeah. Yes, mix it.
Yes. Make sure this is good.
Slower. Yeah. Yes, we need to have it. No. I get some of it. Give me. This is a light nigori sake. This is, and since we're showing people things, this is.
Where did it go?
Rihaku.
The Wandering Poet.
Yes.
Dreaming
Clouds.
Oh, this is the different one.
Yep. Now, as nigoris go, it's very, very light. You see, it's not like opaque, like milk. It's only got a small amount of the rice mash in it, but it's still very, very good. And this one is, there it is, April of 2021. Remember, sake has to be drunk young.
Good. You're saying that we like them young.
You said it, I didn't. Apparently,
But you were
Tien.
thinking.
Apparently, Tien became Zeke for a second. I must have missed it. What happened?
I don't know.
I don't know either. Haley and the
Lies
Protogen
and slander.
is asking, have I considered making a Kagamushi Goro suit? No, I have not. Simply because it would be greasy. Nobody would want to hug it. Oh, God damn it, I overfilled it again.
Oh, well, such a shame. I promise I won't tell, the scientific board of scientists.
The Scientific Board of Scientists. I love that. That's great. Okay, the Scientific Board of Scientists go fuck themselves. Okay, here we go.
Absolutely.
Cheers.
Fuck the scientific board of scientists.
Let's see. I was asked Godzilla or Kong. I'm a Godzilla fan. I don't like the smelly ape. I'm sorry. Yeah. And Muniship Lastpaw is saying, Kage, please answer Halian's question. Halian saying, have you ever considered commissioning your maker? I already answered that. No, I have not. It would, okay, number one, I'm poor. They don't pay scientists like they used to. I spent all my money on this goddamn hat. Second off, it would be greasy. Nobody's going to hug a cockroach fursuit. Yeah.
And third of all is that if Kage were to walk into the DLCC at Anthrocon as a cockroach fursuiter, there'd be about 50 FDA violations, and they'd have to shut the venue down.
Nannerpuss, this is serious. What's the typical shelf life for a sake? I have an unopened bottle, but it's been there for a bit. 18 months at the maximum.
And depending on what kind of sake it is, that's an important point, because some sakes, they're not meant to stay, but some others.
Okay, there are some. Namasake, for example, isn't pasteurized. You've got months at that. It's like, oh, for God's sake. No, throw it away. It's done. Throw it away. I'm sorry. Okay, you guys saw the stream I did a couple of months ago when I had that bottle of Chianti from 2006.
Good God.
Remember that? I remember that.
Oh, good God, no. Also, hello, Rowdy.
G1 Expert says, wait, Kage is a scientist? He thinks he is.
Also, apparently, who is it? Matthew says, is Ronnie a plush of Tien?
Ronnie a plush of Tien? No, their colors are reversed. No, see, Ronnie is a red dragon with yellow noodles. Tien is a yellow dragon with red noodles. Obviously very, very different.
Also, Tien makes sounds like gruff and huff and like slurp, 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 whereas Ronnie makes sounds like...
Slurp, 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 you say?
Moving right along.
Let's go.
Sake ages like milk. Yes, that is correct. Sake ages like milk, except for the fact that, okay, if you are keeping a bottle or carton of milk, whatever it is, for more than 12 months, okay, that probably isn't
Yep.
good anymore.
And okay, for those of you who didn't see the Chianti stream, that was a fundraiser stream for a friend who lost his home in a hurricane. That bottle of Chianti from 2006 had definitely turned the cork crumbled literally to sand when I tried to open it. That was I've been doing these wine streams for what, 7 years now, something like that?
As long as we've known each other.
Yes. That was the only time I have drunk something that then reappeared on the stream, shall we say. So, yeah. Yeah. Mr. Morningstar says, could you perform an impression of Hannibal Lecter? Actually, Mr. Morningstar, I don't dare, because I am a worshipful fanboy of the actor who played that
Anthony
role.
Hopkins.
Sir Anthony Hopkins.
Sir Anthony
Thank you
Hopkins.
very much. I would not presume to attempt to usurp that role from him. The man was pristine. He was sublime.
And the second reason why is because I would rather not have my scalp opened up and you pretend to have a piece of my scalp as...
Okay, now that was the sequel.
That
Was disgusting. Yeah. That was the director saying, we need to freak out the audience. That was stupid.
Yeah,
I'm
no.
sorry.
Yeah. Oh, Matthew. Matthew asks a very important question. How is the champion of boxers doing?
Boxy, as we like to call him, he has settled in. He is now living up north. He has gotten a home. He has gotten a job. All of the incredible assistance that all of you gave to him got him back on his feet. Everybody who watches this stream was collectively responsible for saving this extremely worthy young man from despair and giving him a new start. And he is exceptionally grateful, and on his behalf, I will thank you.
I will say that when you started saying saving him from, and then my mind went to either Louisiana, where Boxy's from.
Yes, you saved him from Louisiana.
Yeah, you saved Boxy from Louisiana. That is exactly where you saved. Oh, no. Was it Louisiana or Georgia?
Louisiana.
Louisiana. You saved Boxy from Louisiana, and that I will drink to. Saving a fellow fur from Louisiana.
Yes, saving anybody from Louisiana, for God's
Absolutely.
sake. Yeah. Okay, if you want to know why I idolize Anthony Hopkins, Sir Anthony Hopkins, many, many reasons. Okay, there is a scene I think this was the sequel, as much as I don't like the sequel, when who was the young kid playing the detective who wasn't Starling? It doesn't matter. There is a scene, and this demonstrates Anthony Hopkins' acting prowess, when Dr. Lecter is talking to him, how did you catch me? And the detective says, you had disadvantages. And Dr. Lecter says, what disadvantages? And he says, you're insane. At that point, Mr. Hopkins, there is just a tiny, tiny subtle change in his face. Mm-hmm. It's nothing you could even point to. It's just this tiny subtle change that goes from yes to, oh yes, you're right, I am. And that is the brilliance of that man as an actor. And that is why I would love to shake his hand someday. If I could buy him a drink, my life would be absolutely complete.
If that is you for Sir Anthony Hopkins, you know who I would like to do that for?
Who?
Sir Ian McKellen.
Yes, here's to Sir Ian. Oh my God, yes.
Sir Ian McKellen would be my absolute dream.
Yeah.
And without a shadow of a doubt, without any sort of coercion, I would be on my knees to buy Sir Ian McKellen a drink.
Yes, you'd be on your knees, all right, wouldn't you? Sorry. Okay, we're mentioning all these people. If we can get them all into a room, Christopher Lloyd.
Patrick Stewart. Sir David Suchet. Although I don't know if David Suchet has been knighted yet.
Heartbreaker, another time. I rode Ida out in an armored car from Marek the Wolf. Does that mean something?
I rode Ida out in an armored car. Marek the Wolf, I hope you're not being currently chased by any sort of authorities from said country you're in.
Okay. Yeah.
If Mark Leonard were alive and 60 years old, he would be the most perfect Magneto ever. Well, I'll tell you right now, Dave Nevius, that, okay, despite, let's say, Mark Leonard, despite, what's the other dude's name that plays Magneto in the more recent movies, despite all of those folk, Sir Ian McKellen, look at this man. Gandalf, right? Magneto, right? Just every single other major old guy in like British film and acting history. Sir Ian McKellen has done it all.
But I think my favorite photo of him was at a pride parade.
Yes.
When he's got a t-shirt on that says, "I'm Gandalf and Magneto, fuck you," or something like that.
It's basically, I am Gandalf and Magneto. I hate, fuck all of you haters. I am the best thing ever.
Exactly. I am Gandalf and Magneto. You wanna dance, boy? Come along. Yep.
That's my kind of man.
Yep.
That's my wizard.
Yep. If Sean Connery was still alive, I'd want to have a drink or spend an evening with him.
I would spend many evenings with Sean Connery. Oh, did I say that out loud?
Would you spend many evenings with Sean Connery? The gun is good.
We're not talking of Zardoz in this stream.
Yes, apparently Mr. Connery was trying to break the stereotype of 007 and really made a mistake.
Uh-huh.
He made a huge mistake.
Okay, well, that huge mistake turned out to be like the fetish of many, many questionable, young lads in the 1980s and 90s.
The gun is good. Okay, Marek the Wolf. Sean Connery, the favorite movie he played was in Highlander, of which there was only one film. There was the film Highlander, and they never made a sequel to it. Thank God. The film Highlander, there should have been only one, and there was, because there was never a sequel to Highlander. Everybody agree with me right now, or I will fucking kill you. You understand? There was only one movie, Highlander, and no sequel. Cheers. And I'm not Scottish, I'm Egyptian. And you're a liar.
Here's an interesting thing that I want to read out.
Yes.
G1 Expert, I'm not really big on meeting a celebrity. They are just people too. Well, here's the thing, G1 Expert. You are correct.
Yes.
They are just people. They are normal folk, such as you and I. The only difference being, of course, is that their job is to put themselves on a big screen. But that doesn't mean that they aren't people worth getting to know.
Let me tell you, some of the interactions that I treasure the most, I've sat down with people at conventions and I've had drinks with them and I've talked with them and we spent like half an hour talking. We're getting along and we're having a grand old time. Mm-hmm. And somebody comes up and like, "Oh my God, you're Uncle Kage." And the person I'm drinking with says, "Wait,
who are you?
You're Uncle Kage?"
Who are you again?
Yeah, I'm like, okay, I love you to pieces. Yeah.
That's the thing, is that, okay, you have much more experience with this than I have, but when it comes to meeting people such as Ben Diskin, such as Charlie Adler, such as freaking Jim Cummings, right?
Yes. Excuse me.
These are the people that, okay, when you look at them, they're unassuming. You think of these, massive names in the animation industry, in Disney, in Pixar, whatever the hell you want to say. Yeah. And you look at them and they're just like, oh my goodness, they are the absolute shit. They are the people that I would die to meet. But when you meet them, they're just another person.
Yeah.
That doesn't necessarily mean that they aren't people worth getting to know, because it is the very fact that they are regular people that make them that much more interesting to get their story, to get their perspective, to get their entire view on what they see the world as, and in particular, when they're at Anthrocon, what they think of our community.
Heartbreaker says something interesting. Sir Christopher Lee is an interesting man to me. You want to meet him? I don't mean to break your heart, but Christopher Lee has passed away. But Christopher Lee, okay, Christopher Lee is a man who literally transformed Hollywood. Mm-hmm. He defined the Dracula character of the 1950s.
Absolutely.
But something about Christopher Lee that folks may not know. When Christopher Lee was on the set with Peter Jackson, and they were doing Lord of the Rings. Peter Jackson is directing, and this guy is going to come up and he's going to stab you, and Chris, I want you to go when he stabs you. And Christopher looked at him and said, "That's not what a man sounds like when you stab him in the back."
Yes, I remember this.
And the entire
This was the third movie.
Yep, the crew got quiet, and he said, when you stab a man in the back, he makes a noise like, and everyone was just like, okay, sure. Because what you don't understand is Christopher Lee was a British Special Forces in World War II. He knows what a man sounds like when you stab him in the back.
If you haven't ever heard or seen that scene, watch the extended cut of Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King. That's the third movie.
Yep.
The third movie. That is where you see Christopher Lee at his best. Rest in peace, Sir Christopher Lee. He was absolutely the gem of Hollywood.
Yep. The thing is, in the 1950s, we had Bela Lugosi. He was Dracula. I am Dracula. When Hammer Films brought in Christopher Lee did his version of Dracula, and millions of women and several 100,000 men were watching this film and saying, I feel kind of funny. Because he made Dracula something other than what...
You do realize that kind of effect had a particular effect on Ronnie up here.
Did it?
And Ronnie up here started feeling that way about certain figures such as Sir Ian McKellen, Sir David Suchet.
David Suchet. Do you know what David Suchet's greatest role was?
Agatha Christie's Mr. Poirot?
No.
Hercule Poirot?
Peter Pan goes wrong. It is not often that Poirot is so close to the scene of
If I don't know what the availability of Peter Pan goes wrong. If any of you out there have never seen Peter Pan Goes Wrong, a production by the BBC, put that on your Christmas list, because that is a Christmas tale for all of you to watch.
Yeah, the Goes Wrong Show.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Yeah.
The Goes Wrong Show. That is by far the most refreshing thing we have seen from, not just the BBC, from British culture in general. Yeah. Oh, my goodness. If any of you out there are from the UK, from, the British Isles, from the frickin' Commonwealth, any of you out there that haven't seen it, you need to watch the Goes Wrong show right now.
And Cookson Method at it. Please rank in order of scariest. Christopher Lee, Vincent Price, Boris Karloff. They are all scary. These were the fright kings of the 50s, 60s, and 70s. Vincent Price, though, holds a special role because there was a young filmmaker who was just like in like film school who wanted to make a film. What was his name again? Something.
I could tell you right now.
He wound up later making a film called The Nightmare Before Christmas. What was his name?
Some
Tim
guy.
Burton. Yeah, Burton
Tim
Russell.
Burton.
Tim Burton. Yeah. Tim Burton was a film school student. Who apparently approached Christopher Lee and said, "Oh, hi, you're Christopher Lee. I'm a lowly film school student, but I've got this creepy gothic script that I would like to film for my senior thesis, and you would be great to do the voice." And and he showed it to Vincent Price, and Vincent Price said, "Oh, this sounds like jolly fun. Yeah, naturally I'll do it, of course, my boy."
So Vincent Price at that point put on his best, what was his most famous piece? I would assume his most famous piece, of course, was for, Michael Jackson's Thriller.
All of them.
But
yep.
Yes, but all of them.
Yep.
And he would be like...
Well, this role, the film was called Vincent. And it was about a boy, Vincent, who thought he was Vincent Price. And he got Vincent Price to voice it.
Vincent Price.
Yeah.
By the way, Katie is headed off to bed with the boys.
Good night, my dear. I hope the boys were not watching their Uncle Sam tonight. They should not have been. But wish once again Zachary another happy belated birthday, and tell Adam it's wonderful. Adam, if you're listening, if your mom dies, you get my estate. That's just, okay, that's how it works, okay? Right, okay. So anyway, that's, you haven't seen my will, but that's, Katie gets, and anyway, let's move on.
You've told me about it, but yes, let's move on. Let's move on.
Okay, let's see.
Wait. Aldia Krufus said instead of Tim Burton, Tim Horton. Aldia, you're cut off. Aldia Krufus, I know you are Canadian, but you're cut off.
If Tim Horton had done Nightmare Before Christmas.
Okay, dude, at that point, if Tim Horton did a Nightmare Before Christmas, it'd be just a hockey game between the Leafs and the Canadiens.
It would be, yeah. Okay, if you guys want to see a totally fucked up Vincent Price film, look up Dr. Goldfoot and the Bikini Machine. It was the 1960s. Shit was different then, kids. Look up Dr. Goldfoot and the Bikini Machine if you want to see Vincent Price in his element.
I am going to let you do the looking up of that, and I'm going to keep my dignity intact.
Mr. Morningstar would like me to sing my version of Loch Lomond. It's time for our copyright strike.
All right, let me get the flag.
You get the flag. There's still a bottle in there. There's still a bottle in there. Hell. No, leave it in there. We'll get to it.
Make with the pour.
No. Keep the plastic bag in there so it won't drip. That's why I had the... Yes.
Are you saying a dragon drips?
You take the high road.
Keep going. Keep going.
And I'll take the low. And
Keep going. I got it.
And I'll be in Scotland before you, but me and my true love will never meet again on the bonny, bonny banks of Loch Lomond. In the event of sudden loss of cabin pressure, the panel above your head will open automatically. Grasp the mask firmly, breathe normally. Everyone, you'll take the high road, and I'll take the low, and I'll be in Scotland before you. But me and my true love will never meet again on the bonny, bonny banks of Loch Canadia.
Something like that.
Play ball, yay. Rocket Takeover says, what wine goes with Scrapple every... Okay, coffee.
Coffee is
you
a
have to
what?
say it right. Coffee.
Coffee.
Coffee goes with Scrapple. You have coffee with Scrapple.
Okay,
Yep.
which one of these is the Canadian flag?
Both of them. You know, I'll bet I could do your national anthem. You think I could?
Well, let's see if you've got what it takes.
Here we go. Our country reeks of trees. Our yaks are really large, and they smell like rotting beef carcasses. And we have to clean up after them. Our saddle sores are the best. We proudly wear women's clothing, and searing sand blows up our skirts. Everybody now! And the buzzards, they soar overhead, and poisonous snakes will devour us whole. Our bones will bleach in the sun, and we will probably go home. And that is our great reward for being the Royal Canadian Kilted Yaxmen. Play ball. Where's my glass? Hey, that's mine. Was mine. Here's one.
What?
Rick Hale says, can I ask you to do a video on how to properly tie a full Windsor knot? I will do that self-same thing. Jen, remind me. We'll make it happen.
Okay, we will definitely make that happen.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait. Haley
What?
and the Protogen. There's a sake at the local mart. The bottle looks like a tumbler, and it's plum flavor with dried plums inside. That is not sake. That is plum wine. It is called ume shu. That is plum wine. It's not sake. It's very good, but it will screw you up. Trust me. Yeah. Yep. Let's see. G1 Expert, is this what sake does to people? Yes, absolutely. This is what it does to people. Yep.
What is G1 referring to? What does sake do to people?
I guess what we just sang.
I guess so. Speaking of which,
Oh. Stop sucking.
What? You don't want me to stop sucking?
Later. Boy, I hope my coworkers are watching this.
Not only that, I hope Patreon isn't watching this, considering the fact we did that whole consent thing earlier.
If my coworkers are watching this, it's just going to confirm what they already suspect. Okay.
I don't mean to keep hitting the dildo microphone, but look, if Patreon... What?
I think Ace has been watching me a while. Ace says if Uncle Kage gets drunk enough, he'll either show his underwear, imitate Winston Churchill, or Winston Churchill. Help me.
Chinston Wortstill.
Or both. Yes.
I mean, it's not exactly like it's unbecoming of you.
We shall fight them on the beaches. We shall fight them on the landing grounds. We shall never give up. Yep.
Well, you don't have the bowler for that. You don't have the Homburg for that, because Mr. Churchill.
He wore a Homburg. I could put on a bowler. It would be a close second. Yeah.
Have you ever seen The Green Mile? Have you seen The Green Mile?
It is a masterpiece. Okay. Ordinarily, for the longest time, there was a rule that you could not make a Stephen King story into a movie. But The Green Mile changed because why? Tom Hanks. Mm-hmm. Tom Hanks and, help me,
Vincent, whatever his name is.
The African-American
Yes,
gentleman?
Vincent, whatever his name is.
Okay. The two of them together, they made it work because just because that's all there is to it. Yeah.
Not just because there is that to it, because I hate to put it this way, but because the stars aligned that there were two actors that not only were around in the right time in the right place, but because they had the foresight and the vision to see what this could become.
Yep.
That's the thing, is that, if we're talking about actors, we're talking about, Christopher Lee earlier, we're talking about Ian McKellen.
Okay, somebody please in the channel, the African-American actor who played the big man in the Green Mile, please tell me the name. Because
all I could remember is his name was Vincent. His first name was Vincent.
Because when you have like clips of Hollywood movies, like iconic. Was it
Michael Clark?
That's it. Michael Clark Duncan. Vincent. Michael Clark Duncan. Now he has since passed away. I understand, but
I apologize to Mr. Michael Clark Duncan.
There are brief clips, like 5 or 6 second clips from Hollywood movies that are considered iconic, and his is one of them. Take my hand, boss. And that is incredible. Mm-hmm. Yes.
If you have not watched The Green Mile, we highly, highly recommend you do.
If you've not watched the film, for God's sake, turn this shit off and just watch it tonight. It is a brilliant, an absolute brilliant treatment of a brilliant story. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Good shit is they're watching us. We're still on camera. We're on camera.
Yes, and then there's Cujo. We're talking about The Green Mile, and then people mention Cujo.
Look, we are on. We already confirmed it at the start of the stream.
Yeah.
We are on an 18+ stream. So anything that happens on this stream, the audience has consented to it.
True. Dave Nevius, you're saying I am an utterly voracious reader. Dave Nevius, I'm going to set you to a homework assignment. Look up the author T. Kingfisher and start reading. We will talk next stream. And according to Helen the Protogen, it should become Schleswig, Holstein, Sonderburg, Glücksburg, Saxe, Coburg, Goethe when the Queen... What the... What the fuck are you talking
They're
about?
talking about the origins of the Windsor, the name of
Oh,
Windsor.
right, because it was like Saxburg, Montebac, and
It was like it was basically like Saxons plus
yeah, Saxon, Schleswig, Holstein, Deutsch, Beer,
Deutsch,
Glühwein,
Viking, Glühwein, for peace,
yeah.
no, at that point it was essentially just, you know what, we're going to take all these names
Yeah.
and we're going to name it Windsor. And that is the name of the knot you are wearing right now.
Oh, yes, it is the name of my knot.
My knot. Yes, my knot is a Windsor. We're still on camera.
Yes, we are.
And yes, look at
They
the screen.
They
Look at the
consented
screen.
to this.
Look at the screen. We're on camera.
They
My
consented to
coworkers
this.
are watching.
They
this.
There we go.
consented. They consented to this. Remember, we gave them the consent warning. They consented to this.
And people say the queen will never fucking die.
No, she's not allowed to. She's legally not allowed to die.
All right. I have already got the tweet ready. When Her Majesty passes, the queen is dead, long live the king. That's the tradition.
You do realize that she's more than likely to outlive her firstborn.
We hope she does. Everybody, the world hopes, the Dominion hopes she does, the universe hopes she does. That's her plan.
I honestly do not think that in her case that she would allow her children to live before her. But you know why? You know why? Because the fact that her children didn't go through the shit that she went through. And she knows for a fact, without a shadow of the doubt, that her children would not be able to handle the pressure that she endures every single day in, day out.
To a tiny, tiny degree, I can sympathize with Her Majesty because she is held to a standard. There's a
There's a bottle of sake that needs to be opened.
oh I can okay.
There is a what?
She is expected to live up to an image. I am certain that Her Majesty. Okay, if anybody out here is not a royalist, I'm sorry. I like the lady. If she did some shit in her past, I don't fucking care. I like the lady. That's why I call her Her Majesty. Because she's got to deal with a lot of shit, and you people have no idea. Here. By the way, sorry, we have to.
Oh, yeah.
This is.
What
the fuck is it called?
What the fuck is this?
Watari Bune.
Watari Bune. It's a Junmai Ginjo.
Junmai Ginjo 55, and the bottling date is. Okay, 3. What do we say? 3-4. What is that? What does that mean?
That is April of this year.
April of this year, because this year is the 3rd year.
It's the Rei.
Reiwa.
You're not going to spill that on your lap, are you?
Would I spill on you?
Yes,
Wait,
because you're going to spill on me, so you are going to force me to lick that off of your crotch.
They're still watching.
Oh, yes, they are.
All right. Cheers.
Gone, babe.
Yep. Okay. Sonic 2K. Greetings from Hanover with 2 N's. Gruß aus North Carolina. And, okay, Dortz the Demon says, wasn't there a guy that broke into the palace and asked the queen if she had a cigarette? I would like to believe that Her Majesty basically looked at him and said, no, we don't. Kindly fuck off.
Kindly fuck off to the Segway that's on the other corner of, Birmingham and whatever street we're the fuck on right now.
G1 Expert has an excellent question, actually. What if your store has a bunch of sake that's about to go bad? What do?
Drink it all.
No, you contact your distributor and you say, take this shit back. Or you have a sake tasting, free to the public. Everybody come in. We shall introduce you to sake. That's what you do.
Well, that's the thing, is that if you can't sell it, you might as well give it for free and use it as marketing.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, now, here's the thing. I am a celebrity on the most minor of levels. So I can certainly, I can certainly sympathize with Her Majesty, because you had that movie, you know, The Queen and all that.
The Crown, you mean.
And The Crown, the thing. Here we've got this woman, she's a mom, she's a grandmom, she's a wife, she's a monarch, she's the head of state. There's a lot of pressure on her from a lot of different directions. And sometimes she has to make some incredibly difficult decisions. It's never going to happen because she'll outlive me, but you know, in some parallel universe, politics aside, you know, I don't care. I'm not British. I don't give a rat's ass. But the fact is, this is a little old lady who is juggling an incredible load of shit that's been piled on her since she was a little girl. So, you know, Your Majesty, you're not going to see this, but you know what? You've been doing okay. I'd like to buy you a drink sometime. There it is.
What you're saying is that you basically want to get invited to Buckingham Palace and be able to, like, be all hoity-toity and whatnot and be this, like, drunk old American in her presence.
No. Okay, here's what would happen. Okay, let's assume I got the invitation. Come to Buckingham Palace. I'd have to go through the orientation, and when you see Her Majesty, you've got to do the thing with the neck, and you never turn your back, and blah, and okay. Here's my little, you know, tiny wet dream as an American, is to have that, you know, when I've done the neck thing and I've done the don't turn your back, and I'm standing there in the room with Her Majesty, to have the opportunity to say, Your Majesty, I understand that there are many, many levels of decorum that I, as an American, could not grasp. I hope that you will forgive me if I simply say that you are absolutely bitching.
The funny thing is, you say that, and Matthew Otter says the Queen is the first cougar furry. I'll tell you right now, Matthew, that if the Queen was the first cougar furry, she's quite a few decades behind the rest of the furry fandom.
Except for Grandma Kage, who's older than she is.
Maybe we should introduce Grandma to the Queen.
Are you sure they haven't been? You know, when Grandma Kage talks about, when I was at Eurofurence, I had to step out to see a friend of mine. You notice she never says who the friend was? Was it Angela Merkel? Was it Her Majesty?
At this point, we'll just say that Mom has her secrets as we have ours. Despite the fact that our secrets are very publicly advertised on, like, Twitter and
That's
whatnot.
because you're putting them on the goddamn... People are looking at this, you know.
No, okay, is it a secret at this point?
Look what you did in my glasses.
Yes, I'm putting my noodle in your glass.
My noodles are in my... No, my noodles are in your... No. Wait. I'll get... Wait, I got this. Wait. Your noodles are in my face. That's what I meant to say. Yes, we got that.
Yeah, that's what he meant to say.
Okay. Dave Nevia says, Grandma Kage is over level now. Okay, here is something I picture. because this is not outside the realm of possibility. This is something that is well within the realm of possibility. I take my little old mom on her 100th birthday. I take her to London, and she's there in her wheelchair, and we're at Buckingham Palace, and Her Majesty comes out, and she's doing this, and then she looks down and she says, "Is that Will?" That would not surprise me at all. That would not surprise the hell out of me. All right.
At that point, you and I, we would both be
Yes.
there. You and I would
Yeah.
both be there. We would be dragged off to Savile Row in the Mayfair
Yeah.
of London, and we would be made to get like custom tailored suits on the spot just so we could have a fucking afternoon tea with
And
the Queen.
my mom and Her Majesty sitting at tea, and Her Majesty saying, I say, are you still married to that hot stud? And Mom would say, oh, he passed away. And she'd say, oh, what a dreadful.
Still available?
We're still on camera. Let's keep going.
yeah,
All right,
yes,
all right. Oh, wait. Apparently, the secrets of Tianlong is a drop down on E621.
Then we're going to move
Is
right
that
past.
true?
We're going to go past that into the next question, which is, can we send you booze for the stream?
Yes. Oh, well, actually, no.
No, not in North Carolina.
I'm sorry, heartbreaker. I live in a very, very what's the opposite of progressive?
Conservative.
Yes. You
A very
cannot
conservative state.
you cannot send alcohol through the mail to North Carolina. Fuck it. I'll tell you what. Just give me the shit out of con and I'll take it home. But there we said it.
Preferably if you give
yeah.
it to us next weekend at B Whisk.
Oh, Jade Steinbeck says, I'm trying to figure out why I can't click the bell. I don't.
Wait, what bell? What?
YouTube. Yo, remember, click the bell, subscribe.
Like and subscribe.
I don't monetize my channel.
We do this because we simply don't have anyone else to do it with.
Wit.
With.
Wait, remember, there's no H's where I come from.
Wait. Yes. I want a Winestream wit.
You have to click the button next to the bell. All right, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to like and subscribe, great. God bless you. You don't have to. I am not one of those goddamn bottom-feeding YouTube slime-sucking motherfuckers. I don't make money off of my YouTube channel. You know why? Because every copyright pirate on the face of the planet is making money off of my YouTube channel. Mm-hmm. Anyway, let's keep going. Actually, keep these people busy. Ich muss pissen.
All right, you go piecing.
Move your paws. Excuse me.
I've never heard it called that word.
Hang on.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Whoa.
Oh
Hang-
my.
All right. You're showing. Be careful.
Oh, okay. Hey. Let it be known that Kage is a bottom for dragons. Anyhow, as I was saying, a moose is doing. I don't know what a moose is doing right now. I mean, we aren't in Canada right now, so we don't know what a moose is doing. So, Tianlong, when are you proposing to the old man? Well, here's the problem, Movaka, is that there's more than just proposing to the old man. As much as I would like to propose to the old man, there are a couple of other factors that do unfortunately get in the way of doing such a thing. But we will say right now that the idea certainly has been surfaced before. danger noodle time. This is no such time for danger noodles, Matthew. I don't know what you're implying right now. All we're doing is we are doing noodles with quite a large stash of sake, as you have seen, and we are doing our best right now to work ourselves through that. Oh, I don't think sending booze through mail is hurting anyone. Well, Merrick, you can try doing that through the state of North Carolina, and you will find yourself being returned in terms of a message by whatever authorities are in your state. And you will find that the North Carolinian Postal Service is not quite keen in terms of sending alcohol through the mail. That is unfortunately something that we do not have control over. And Silver Gatamon says, I am now out of glue vine for the night. But Silver Gatamon, you must make sure that you are able to make your way over to either Be Whiskered, which is happening next weekend, or to Germany sometime in the future, where we will be at. And you will be able to stock yourself up on glue vine, especially the homemade stuff, which is the best stuff in my opinion. And we will take care of you then. The dragon does make a nice fluffy seat. I don't know about a fluffy seat, Manuel. It does seem that in this current state, the dragon makes for a much comfier something else, Manuel. But we won't talk about that on stream, considering the fact that this is not a dragon stream. This is a wine stream, not a grumpy stream. And out of respect for the old man, we won't talk about how much an old man is, shall we say, an old man is weak for a dragon. Okay, I'm back. Cheers, General. Welcome back, dudes. Wish I had registered for Be Whiskered. Well, I'll tell you right now, Matthew, that unfortunately, due to the current state of the world that we are in, Be Whiskered, they have done what they have done because of the fact that they have safety at the top of the minds for all their attendees. And I can appreciate that, and I understand what the difficulties are of that, from a convention organizer point of view. But I do hope, with that being said, that we will be able to have you at one of the local events sometime soon. I am convinced Kage and Tien sabotaged Basement Con. Well, Boozy, I'll tell you right now that I don't know about sabotaging Basement Con, but I will say that Kage and Tien right now, despite the fact that they are irreversibly lit up by the copious amounts of sake that they have had, and the fact that they are very much falling head over heels for each other right now, we would definitely not have any sort of malicious intention. Oh, hello, Kage. Oh, so nice to see you here. Hello. It is such a surprise to see you here on the Winestream. The stream that is aptly named after your appearance.
The wine stream that is named after the wine that is which I'm streaming?
Yes, and the wine that is named after the fact that Boozy Badger is here.
Is he?
He's right there.
Then we have to get something. I'll be right back.
All right, well, you go get something.
I'll be right back.
All right.
Yeah.
Boozy, I promise the fact that Kage and I are here and are already, 5 bottles into the sake, we are not, I will repeat, we are not coercing each other with the physical intimation of each other. Oh, hello.
I have to put that down because we've got all this water here, which is like making with the water and shit. But I brought something that would make up for the it's getting cold in here.
Yes, it is.
How's your? Oh, you still have something in your. Never mind.
No,
we're not going to have any more because you still have stuff in there. Really? Do you feel that way all over or just in one spot? Shall we fix that?
Where's my pink straw?
Head up. Head up.
That went into my eye.
That's not, it doesn't matter. There.
Yes, it does.
Yeah. All right. And Boozy's Badger says, there's an age rating, gentlemen. This is my stream, you young whippersnapper. It doesn't matter. I say what the age rating is.
And how exactly are you going to respond to your lawyer?
What?
How exactly are you going to respond to your lawyer?
Oh, I'll send him. I'll send him a deposition in triplicate with overtones of etc. Yep. We still have another bottle. We still. Didn't I just bring a bottle? Wait a minute. Didn't I? Okay, didn't I just bring a bottle with me? No, dude, serious. I had a bottle here. Where the hell? Oh, no, here it is. Okay.
Gimme.
Oh, okay. Kofu recently had to travel back home to Taiwan to tend to family matters. He traveled through Tokyo on the way back, and he brought me this bottle of sake from, and it says, this is Denshin, heir of the brewery, Junmai Daiginjo. You see what that says? Yep. And the rest of it is Japanese, so I really don't know, but it says 0321. So this was a present from Kofu. So
Fuck that.
I know nothing about this sake. So this is going to be a.
You know what the best way of knowing a sake is?
I'm working on it, but you know the thing is, my glass is still full, and I'm gonna have to.
Would you like me to help you with that?
I'm working on it. Give me a second here. This says that, and it says that, and
Okay,
the fact that it says
that.
that is Japanese. So it is. So now we're going to open this bottle.
Mama.
Working on it.
Mama.
Working.
All right.
we have
what
this-
we're seeing here, ladies and gentlemen, is that an old man has trouble getting it off. An old man. Okay, many of you in the chat will not understand, but when you get older, it becomes harder to get off. It is very unfortunate. It is not something that can be helped from a psychological or physiological perspective, but sometimes you need experience. The experience of a celestial elder to help get it off.
Or Cialis.
Or Cialis,
Or Cialis, that works too.
which clearly you didn't take tonight. But anyhow,
Well, actually, I did, knowing you were going to be here.
yes, you did. Anyhow,
okay, maybe
we
I
got
need
it.
a,
We
maybe
have
I
it
need a
off.
second dose.
We got it off.
Well, okay, give
You
me a,
have to
wait,
finish
wait,
your
no, give me a
Rihaku.
second. Wait.
I will fill my own glass. Mama.
Wait, you can't pour that. You're not a chemist.
Mama. Mama.
Oh my! Wait, stop. That's gorgeous.
That is exactly
No, wait.
100 milliliters. That is exactly 100. I will show that for the camera.
Oh my God! Halley's Comet. You're supposed to look.
Oh, yes.
Never mind. You ruined it. Okay. Tell me how it is.
Ganbe.
Gambe. Does that mean yes? Okay, I think we can make this work.
Yes.
What are you looking for?
Nothing. Is that a good thing? Okay, how is it? This is the sake that Kofu brought me from Japan.
Would you like some?
I'm trying to. If I had a fresh glass, out of the way. Move, move.
So I see the stream went to a weird place tonight, Boozy. When does the stream never get to a weird place tonight?
All right. Sorry, his paws are in the way. All right. Okay. Pour some of this in. Okay. At this point, it is necessary. Okay. We're having a lot of fun. We're being very, very silly. We're going to have a brief moment of almost seriousness. That's the empty. No, that's the empty. No, go to the phone. No. That one.
Yeah.
Yes. Wait. Let me help you. Keep going. Keep going. Stop. You might want to put it inside that plastic, but inside the nine. In the bag.
All right.
We are joined tonight by my dear friend, the Boozy Badger, an incredible humorist himself. Mr. Badger, we've been discussing earlier that your dear and sainted father has been speaking to his doctor. There are some concerns with his health. Both Mr. Long and myself would like to express our absolute
What?
words.
Words.
Our absolute flowery words that Mr. Badger Senior is doing well. Would you please be kind enough to share with us how are things going? That's where we're going with this. How are things going with that?
One way that things are going, according to Mr. Badger himself, is that they are laying in bed having hamburgers. Is hamburgers like a new euphemism for like what the cool kids do these days, or like
Okay. Back in the 80s, when I was a kid, that was a euphemism for having oral sex. But what I want to know now is...
Hey. Do you want to have some hamburgers?
Later, when the camera's turned off. Or maybe when the camera's turned on for the higher level Patreon patrons. We'll talk about it.
Saying for patrons of $500 or more, they get 20 minutes of hamburger action.
Okay. Apparently, it is as bad as we thought. Mr. Badger Sr. is now limited to, if I understand, turkey sausage. I am so terribly sorry, my boy. And would you please express my condolences to Mr. Badger Sr.?
It's almost like we should go and visit.
Well, if either of us were up to driving, we could.
I mean, we've got an entire week ahead of us.
Yeah. Mr. Badger Jr. says apparently here is to Mr. Badger Sr. That's what we can say. Yeah. Now, my understanding is that Mr. Badger Sr. visited his boy, Mr. Badger Jr., and is very, very curious why he had all this artwork involving badgers and other animals in various postures.
pastures.
I would not.
Yes. Yes. So, Mr. Badger Jr., you don't have to get into details, but what was the outcome? Excuse me, what was the outcome of your discussion with Mr. Badger Sr. when he was inquiring about all of this artwork?
Right there, right there.
There it is. And I quote, what the hell is a boozy badger, end quote. And QM is here.
And QM is here.
All is well with the world. QM is here. So, perhaps QM could follow up, because the question was asked, what the hell is a boozy badger? So we shall ask Mr. Boozy Badger Jr., what was your reply? And QM, how did you pull his bacon from the fire?
You know what you're implying right now?
What am I fine?
You're implying
Yes, that's what I meant to say.
that Boozy Badger Jr. means there's
Yes.
a bougie.
Boozy Badger Senior.
Bougie Badger
Who
Senior.
is the one who is visiting the hospital
Who
tonight?
is the one that is in the hospital
Yes,
tonight?
Mr. Badger Senior.
If there's a Boozy Badger Jr. that has been to Anthrocon, that means that Boozy Badger Senior needs to get better so that they themselves can bring themselves to Pittsburgh on the weekend of the 4th of July in 2022.
Yes.
Just a thought.
Apparently, Mr. Badger Jr. says that same weekend we went to Chuck E. Cheese with the kids. The rat came out and danced with the kids, and Dad looked at it, looked at me, and then said, "So is that a furry?"
Yes.
No.
Yes,
The
yes,
answer is no.
yes,
The
yes.
answer is no.
Yes,
It doesn't have a dick
absolutely,
on it.
Yet.
Yet.
That is the gateway, Mr. Boozy Badger.
Yes.
I will tell you right now that as somebody who has experience with another that had been to Chuck E. Cheese's as a young one, that is the perfect place to start to question one's inhibition.
Atkelar is here. He says, Gruß aus Österreich.
Gruß aus Österreich?
Okay, by the way, the rest of you Germans, remember what happened the last time you let an Austrian in? I'm just saying. Shh. Okay, so keep moving. Keep going. All right. Okay, so,
Okay, no.
What?
Boozy says, "Oh God, Dad at a furry convention. That
Make
would
it
be
happen.
something."
Make it happen. Okay,
Boozy.
I
no,
want your dad and my mom at the bar.
No, not just that. I want Boozy's dad, Grandma Kage, and Dar Amor, and even I'll throw this in as well. I want to say Daddy Cheetah, because Daddy Cheetah is a staffer at Anthrocon. I want to see Boozy Badger Sr., Grandma Kage, Da Amor, and Cheetah Sr. at a bar together.
That could happen in Pittsburgh.
That absolutely
that could happen.
will.
Boozy
that
says,
will
my
happen.
dad doesn't drink. You were adopted, you little piece of shit.
Absolutely.
Obviously.
Absolutely. You were adopted. I mean, despite how
Yeah.
fucking hot you were adopted.
Yes, you were adopted. Yeah. And Guksum says, my great-grandparents were from Jennersdorf. Yeah.
Okay, Ryan. Okay, Ryan. This is my wine stream. I can do what the fuck I want. Go to bed. You've seen enough. All right, there. That's all right. Okay. And Boozy says, wait a minute. I have to say, Boozy, you all realize this means my mother would be there too. And my mother is the definition of stoic, upright Southern woman.
Wasn't that what your father was?
Yes, he was.
Your Grandpa Kage.
Till he met my
Oh,
mom.
Grandpa Kage until he met Grandma Kage.
Oh, Jesus
Goodness gracious.
Okay.
History is doomed to repeat itself,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Now, you know what? QM says, your mom would be varying degrees of uncomfortable. Your dad would have been blessed. You know what? Okay. Do you know what Grandpa Kage would have said if he was here right now?
What would he say?
He would have said, well, what do you call, you all, well, you all would have, what do you call, furries, you would, my dad was from a different era, all right? And Silent Dawn says, with an English accent, get on with it. Yes, that's right. Why do I have two of these?
One of those was mine. It was a sample glass, was it not?
Oh, is that what happened?
Yes, it was.
Oh, in that case, this must be mine. That must be yours. Marek the Wolf. My grandma was 100 years old and very Catholic. Yet it didn't bother her when I came out because, Marek, your grandma was a lady of wisdom. And that's the thing. You're slurping on my stream. You're slurping. You're slurping. I'm trying to make a point, and you're slurping on my stream. Would you stop slurping on my stream? Layla Cookie says, am I very late? Yes, Layla, you're extremely late. Oh my goodness. You might be too late. Mr. Morningstar says, what was it like fighting the Civil War? I can answer your question, Mr. Morningstar. Do you know how I can answer your question? Because I've studied this extensively.
Oh, you had to say that.
What was it like fighting in the Civil War? I have read the diaries of some boys. They were boys with the 51st Pennsylvania Volunteers, the Norris Rifles from Norristown, at Antietam. What was it like fighting these boys? Described in their diaries that they were waiting for the rebels to come along, and they were lying in this cornfield, and the rebels were in the distance, and they were noticing that grasshoppers were like bounding all around. And that's what's in their diary. The grasshoppers were just active everywhere. The entire field was alive with grasshoppers, just boing, 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 bound, bound, bound. And then one of them realized that's not grasshoppers. That's mini balls striking the ground 6 inches away from us. what they thought was insects jumping around were bullets from the rebels hitting there. What was it like? That was what it was like. And then the drummer from the 51st Pennsylvania Company C, Pennsylvania Volunteers, as he wrote in his diary, got took prisoner, then the cavalry come over the hill and boy, I run. You want to know what it was like? Talk to me offline, because these boys died hundreds and thousands and millions of years before I was born, but I have their diaries, and I can tell you what they went through. Let's get back to the channel here, shall we? Yep. What are you saying? Are you trying to tell me something? Dude, you still have 30, 20, you still have 10, you still have... Are you saying you want some more of the Kofu sake?
The Kofu sake?
Wait a minute. This one's empty.
And we got no more.
Oh, wait. Look.
That shit is like...
No, we put it back there to keep it cold.
I'll tell you what.
No,
No,
I got it. I got it.
No,
I got it.
I need to go relieve myself.
Well, go relieve your shit. Go on. Go on. Do you need help, old man?
No.
All right, you go fuck off. I will keep these people. No, that way. No. Excuse me. Bathroom is here. Right turn. Right, yeah, right turn. There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, just because of the realities of war, as we shall say, we might be calling the stream to an end very, very shortly, because Tianlong and I are both having something of a difficulty navigating our way through three-dimensional real space. Yes, anyway, here we are. So, ask me your questions, Bridgekeeper. I'm not afraid. And Cookson Method, I just noticed the sign in the background. What sign are we talking about? Cookson, I don't know about it. Oh, Meta the Cat, I love the tie. Okay, we call this the best tie. Actually, hang on. Wait. Stop. Hang on. Wait. All right. Okay. Now that I am dressed in somewhat darker attire, we might need to turn the lights down a little bit. We call this the best tie. My sister Cindy and my brother-in-law John got this for my birthday many, many years ago. We still call this the best tie. It is my favorite tie indeed, yeah. And G1 Expert says, good luck with the BJ after the stream ends. Okay. I have no comment. Right. All right. Okay. What's going on here? Onyx Flame. The next Anthrocon is on the American Independence Day. Yes, of course. Anthrocon tends to be over the Independence Day holiday. So indeed, yes. Silver Gottman says the amount that Tien has had started to show a while ago. Well, I need to finish this shit before he gets back. All right. Okay, Silent Dawn. When this week are you two wandering over visit? Silent Dawn, you're a darling boy, but it's such a short visit. We don't have the opportunity to travel to the wild, unexplored wilderness of northeastern North Carolina. We're not going to be able to come to visit you this weekend, but perhaps the next one we will. Yes. Rick Hale says, would you suggest a three-piece suit, two-piece suit, or sports jacket and slacks for the average person's formal wear needs? Okay. Two-piece suit. That's all you need. I'll tell you what here. There we are. This is all you need. There we are. Just a two-piece suit. Mr. Morningstar says, good night, Kage. Good night, Mr. Morningstar. Thank you for joining us tonight. Yeah. Durs the Demon says, I'm getting dragged off by Jade. See you next time. Good night, Durs. Thank you for joining us tonight. Oh, excuse me. Rick Hale says, where do you keep your pocket watch? It's right here in the pocket, Rick. Didn't you see? It's right here. Yes. Yeah. Boy, I hope somebody says something, because when Chen gets back from the restroom, I don't have the faintest idea. Stop. Manuel Pinner. Tien? Manuel Pinner says, ties are so last century. Okay, Manuel Pinner, let me state this categorically right now. When you, okay, Manuel, I will accept your position when you say ties are so last century, and my rebuttal will be, Manuel, fuck you and the mule you rode in on. There. Tien is on, excuse me, Tien is on the floor. Just a moment. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, Chen Long is not going to be joining us for the remainder of the Winestream. He is actually on the floor of my hall. He does have a pulse. It is very, very strong, and his respiration is strong. He is, I think he is done. So I'll tell you what, I'm going to finish this particular glass, and we're going to call it a night, because my co-host, I am watching him. As long as his chest is rising and falling, I'm going to assume he's still doing quite all right. So, okay. Anyway, so we are going to wrap this up. Hold on, hang on, hold on just a moment. Hang on just a moment. All right, okay, no, it's all right. Okay, hold on. Everything's fine, just take a deep breath. All right, yes, yeah, okay, it's fine, okay, all right. Okay, for those of you who are concerned, we've removed his head. All is well with the world. those of us who have been enjoying an evening, we are winding down. One of our performers tonight has decided that it is time to retire, and he is resting. And I am keeping a good eye on him, and he is fine. He's not going to be fine in the morning. As a matter of fact, he's going to be totally fucked up in the morning. But that's going to be a few hours from now. Let's keep moving, shall we? Okay. So we're going to wrap this up. As I said, when this particular glass is done, we shall say that the evening is done. All right? Mr. Morningstar says, hangover stream, please. Mr. Morningstar, looking at that sorry pile of protoplasm over there, I don't know if a hangover stream is going to be possible. So, okay, for the month of November, we are just going to call it. All right? Okay. Wait. Dave Nevius says audio is... Hang on. Dave Nevius says audio is desynced by almost 10 seconds. What the fuck? Is it? All right. We're going to do a test. I'm going to count down. 3, 2, 1. I'm going to do a clap. And you tell me if the audio is desynced. We're going to do 3, 2, 1. Is the audio desynced? If it is, tell me. We have to wait. And people say, all right. As my distant ancestors used to say, years before I was born, fuck this shit.